For more information, visit www.telpostavision.com. Located in the fast-growing town of Yale along the Nairobi in the Kuru Highway, GTI Estate is the only fully gated community in the area. Carefully designed to provide secure and well-organized. The estate features GTI Estate offers three housing options, from a two-bedroom apartment to a spacious
polished flooring, and well-lit reception area, where security is a priority. The property is also accessible via the main driveway along Kenyatta Avenue and located in front of the Huduma Center, Kenya. This is reinforced by a security bollards system, a sophisticated registration system, mini explosives detector devices, and a parking management system. These systems ensure a secure yet efficient access process for authorized vehicles. The tower accommodates 410 parking bays across 3 basement levels with an advanced parking management system equipped with security-controlled access and real-time monitoring, ensures smooth and secure experiences for tenants and visitors alike. The building features a high-tech security control room that monitors a 24/7 CCTV surveillance system with 127 cameras strategically placed throughout the property. This system provides full coverage of key areas inside and outside the building, with cameras capable of monitoring distant parts of the city. These advanced security measures make Telposta Towers one of Nairobi's safest office buildings, ensuring a secure environment for tenants and visitors. The building is outfitted with 14 lifts, including 11 high-speed lifts designed to provide rapid and efficient vertical transportation, minimizing waiting times even during peak hours. This number includes a VIP lift specifically designated for the VIP occupants based in the building. Additionally, the building has 2 escalators in the atrium, strategically placed to facilitate smooth and continuous movement between ground floor and first floor office spaces, enhancing accessibility. Each floor features multiple lift lobbies ranging from 3 to 5 depending on the floor level, with adjacent staircases for easy vertical movement and fire safety compliance. With these high-speed spacious lifts, you can access a variety of workspaces tailored to diverse business needs. From open-plan offices and private suites, tenants get to enjoy spacious and versatile workspaces with scenic views of Uhuru Park, Nairobi Expressway, and adjacent buildings, creating a bright and refreshing environment. Adding to its architectural appeal, the building boasts a striking atrium that rises from the ground floor to the fifth floor, creating an impressive sense of space and openness. Designed to maximize natural light through overhead skylight glazing, the atrium is bright and inviting, made even more serene by a scenic water fountain that enhances the tranquil atmosphere. The feature also provides visually captivating views from multiple vantage points, offering occupants a calm and inviting atmosphere that enhances the overall tenant experience. Telposta Towers features common amenities such as kitchenette, cleaner's room or store, modern ladies' washrooms equipped with PWD compliant facilities, as well as a gents' washroom equipped with PWD compliant facilities. Access ramps are provided into the building to allow persons with disabilities to access it easily. Further, the building has strategically placed PWD designated parking bays allocated near basement 2 lift lobbies. The building's air conditioning units and advanced mechanical ventilation systems in the basement ensure a comfortable work environment with optimal energy usage. The building is powered by a robust electrical infrastructure, with Kenya Power and Lighting Company's main supply connected with 2 kPLC step-down transformers installed in the building's ground floor switch room. This further supplemented by a newly installed 750 kVA Cummins generator, an existing 850 kVA Perkins generator, guarantees continuous operations. A communication tower is also installed on the building's Wing C tower rooftop, ensuring strong signal strength and connectivity for telecommunications companies that have leased it, with provision for leasing it to various telcos. Telposta Towers is equipped with high-capacity water storage tanks, with Nairobi City Water and Sewage Company's mains water connected to the property. This is stored in various reinforced concrete, pressed steel panels, and fiberglass reinforced plastic reservoir tanks for both domestic and firefighting use. Various domestic, sump, and firefighting water pumps are installed strategically throughout the building. A 210-meter deep borehole with a tested yield of 3.3 cubic meters per hour is sunk at the property, supplementing the mains water supply. This ensures reliable water supply all throughout. Telposta Towers is equipped with modern comprehensive fire safety systems designed to protect both the building and its users. Telposta Towers is outfitted with advanced fire detection and alarm systems that are sensitive and responsive. These systems include smoke detectors, heat detectors, and manual call points strategically placed throughout the building to quickly identify the presence of fire or smoke. Once detected, the alarms are activated immediately to alert all occupants, enabling them to take appropriate actions and evacuate the premises safely. The system is also linked to the building's central monitoring station, located at the control room, ensuring rapid response from emergency services. The building is equipped with an array of firefighting equipment, including fire extinguishers and fire hoses located at key points within the premises. These tools are selected based on the specific types of fire hazards present in different areas of the building. Staff and occupants are trained on how to use this equipment effectively in the event of a fire, helping to control or contain small fires before they escalate, while waiting for professional responders to arrive. Telposta Towers incorporates a dry riser system, a key feature in buildings with multiple floors. This system allows firefighters to connect hoses to a central riser that leads to various floors, providing a direct and efficient means of delivering water to the upper levels of the building. In addition, a comprehensive sprinkler system has been installed throughout the parking facility. This system automatically activates when a certain temperature is reached, releasing water to suppress the spread of fire in specific areas. Fire engines, strategically located for quick access, are on standby to respond rapidly in the event of a large-scale emergency, ensuring that the building can be evacuated swiftly and fire damage is minimized. The building is equipped with strategically placed fire hydrants as part of its fire safety system. These hydrants provide firefighters with quick access to a reliable water supply in the event of a fire. Clearly marked and regularly maintained, they ensure a fast response to emergencies, helping to control or extinguish fires effectively. Telposta Tower features strategically placed fire signs throughout the building. These signs are designed to provide clear, visible instructions in the event of an emergency. The building also features self-illuminating fire exit signs, which ensure visibility even during power outages. This safety feature is critical in guiding occupants to the nearest exits quickly and safely, enhancing the overall emergency preparedness of the building. Together, these fire safety systems are designed to provide an integrated, multi-layered approach to fire prevention, detection, and response, ensuring that Telposta Towers is a safe environment for all its occupants. Telposta Towers boasts a spacious piazza area, which is set to become a vibrant hub for both tenants and members of the public. The piazza area will soon be home to a state-of-the-art restaurant currently undergoing fit-out. The restaurant, once completed, will offer a modern dining experience with sleek contemporary design elements that aim to cater to both aesthetics and comfort. A key feature of the restaurant's design is a stunning water fountain situated in the center, adding a sense of tranquility and
distinguished members, ladies and gentlemen, mabibi na mabwana, once again, good morning. Habari za leo, karibuni sana Jumanne ya leo. Tunawakaribisha kwa wale ambao wamebidi kusafiri kutoka mbali, karibuni Nairobi, na asanteni kwa kuwaona tena. Mara ya mwisho tulionana na baadhi yenu ilikuwa wakati wa mkutano wa mwaka. Si kitambo sana, tulikuwa papa hapa. Kwa hivyo nawakaribisha tena. Tuko tayari sasa kuanza program yetu, na nawasihi tusimame, tunyanyuke kwenye viti, tutoe heshima kwa wimbo wa taifa, halafu baadaye wimbo wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, halafu tutapata maombi. Wale waliovalia kofia tunaomba tuzivue tafadhali kwa heshima ya wimbo wa taifa. Tutakaoweza kuimba tuimbe kwa sababu tunatumia Kiswahili.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tulilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Please remain standing. I'd like to invite trustee of the Telposta Pension Scheme and Provident Fund, Mrs. Rosabella Mbai, to come and lead us in a word of prayer, please.
Good morning. Let us bow our heads in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you this morning, Lord, with gratitude to you for having brought us all safely from various areas. We have assembled here, Jesus, because the last time we met was in December 10th. You've kept us safe. We don't take it for granted. Father, today as we gather here, we want to thank you for the gift of life. We thank you, Lord, for enabling us to come and attend this very important fora. Father, even as we attend this fora, we pray, oh Lord, that you'll give us wisdom, you'll give us the listening ear, you'll enable us to pay attention. And Father, even those who get an opportunity to get to the podium to talk to us, even those who have an opportunity on the floor, Father, I pray that whatever they speak and whatever comes out of their mouth shall be controlled by the power of the Holy Spirit, so that, Lord, we have an environment of peace. Father, we want to pray for our chairman, Julius Tetioni, as he navigates us through this transformation period, and also, Lord, as he is guiding us through the process of this meeting. Father, we pray for service providers. We thank you for them, for always giving us guidance, giving us the expertise that we require to keep Telposta's scheme ahead of others. Father, we thank you. Father, we thank you for the pensioners, for they are eager to know what's going on about their lifelong investments. Father, we thank you because you brought them here. It is their day. Father, we don't forget to remember, Lord, even the trustees and the secretariat who are committed to ensure that the members are comfortable, and by serving them with dedication, transparency, and without discrimination. Father, we want to thank you. We want to thank also the various offices where we knock doors so that we continue to get whatever information we require and the help, and the doors have been open. For this, we want to thank all the CSS, PSS, and all we've dealt with from government institutions and other institutions where we've knocked for help. Thank you, Father. We will not forget, Lord, that we are in the transformation period, and we would like to pray that our pensioners will experience that transformation. Kwamba, we'll be remembering them, we are with them, and we'll support them. We pray for our country and the government of Kenya. Father, because without peace we would not be gathered here. We don't take it for granted. We pray that throughout the time we'll be here, we shall experience success and conclusion of this forum in peace. Thank you, Father, for always answering our prayers whenever we call. It is in Jesus' name that we pray and we trust. Amen.
Thank you. Have your seats now. I can see it's distinguished but coming in. Karibuni sana kwa wale ambao bado wako nje. This is to officially say that we're starting this auspicious occasion, which is the Telposta Pension Scheme Members Education Day, the first of many days to come. Naarifiwa kwamba kuna siku zingine ambazo shughuli kama itafanyika in other parts of the country, and the culmination will be somewhere in Mombasa. So we're grateful to be here. Tujipigie makofi kwa sababu ni siku ya kwanza kwetu kuwa hapa. Distinguished members, wale wametoka county jirani hapa, niwaone Machakos, Kiambu, Narok, tusimamishe mikono tuwapigie makofi. Wale wa karibu na Nairobi. Haya, wale wako county ziko karibu na Nairobi. Sasa wamepakana na hizo county zingine. Wale wametoka Meru, Embu, Kirinyaga, upande huu mwingine kuelekea Western. Wako wapi? Makofi kwao tafadhali. Haya, wale wametokea Pwani, watu wa Pwani wako leo? Wako? Makofi, karibuni sana. Iko wote kutoka Northeastern, kaskazini. Wako? Hawako, lakini sote tuko Nairobi. Finally, najua kila mtu Nairobi, inua mikono tafadhali. We appreciate you. Thank you for being wonderful hosts, and we hope to have a wonderful day. Remember, today is the first day Members Day ambayo inaandaliwa na wasimamizi wetu. Alright? Telposta Pension Scheme pamoja na Provident Fund. Nawakaribisha sana. Kwa kifupi tu, very briefly, please allow me to recognize some of the distinguished guests who are here today, and especially the speakers. Halafu wengine tutajuana baadaye, si ndio? Tumpigie makofi mwenyekiti wetu Chairman Julius Cheptioni ambaye yuko hapa. Makofi sana. Alright? But please allow me, with all due humble respect, ni skip ku introduce. I know the board of trustees is here, lakini najua nitampa bwana chairman nafasi muhimu sana aweze kuintroduce na kuwataja ili tu appreciate. But I know they are here. Tuwapigie makofi tu. Wako hapa mbele. Hiyo jukumu najua sitaki kumpokonya bwana mwenyekiti. Huwa ni yake rasmi kuwatambulisha wenzake katika board. Let me mention and recognize the presence of our CEO and Trust Secretary, Bwana Peter Rotich. Kazi anaofanya nzuri na ngumu, lakini anaifanya kwa bidii, si ndio? Makofi kwake. And then to our speakers for this day, let me just rush through and so that you recognize them and appreciate them. I know they'll be coming to the podium to speak to us. May I recognize the presence of Mr. John Kerr, a brother of mine. He is the Deputy Director of Market Conduct and Industry Development at RBA. Bwana John Kerr, I'd seen him somewhere. Yuko, there you go. How are you doing, brother? Karibu sana. We also have Mr. Dominic Abala, the Manager, Finance and Accounts, Telposta. Yuko, there you go. Karibu sana. We'll also be hearing from Mr. Christopher Mwenda, Fund Manager, Gen Africa Asset Manager. Are you here, sir? Good to see you. Karibu sana, thanks for your presence. We also have Mr. Jeremiah Njeru, who's the Senior Manager, Zamara Actuaries and Consultants. Thank you so much, for making time to be here with us. We also have Ms. Patricia Kiwanuka, the Managing Director, Revenue Stream Limited. Wonderful to see you again, Madam. Karibu sana. We also have Calvin Nyachoti, a Managing Partner, Anchorage Consulting Limited. Where are you, sir, if you're here? Kama hajafika, nafikiri atafika baadaye. Right? So this program today, nimeambiwa niwaarifu kwamba it's not so different, but it is different from the AGM. Right? We've borrowed a bit of things from the AGM, how we plan it, because of the speakers and what they're going to be telling us today about the pension scheme and the Provident Fund, more so because it's an education day. But nimeambiwa kwamba hatutakuwa na speed kama ile ya AGM. Leo speed itakuwa ndogo kidogo, itakuwa kama ile ya SGR. Tutaenda pole pole kidogo, si ndio? So that tuwapatie nafasi muweze kuelewa kila kitu. And then lastly, towards the end of the program, we'll have a Q&A. So you have a question, you have a burning issue, you'll be able to raise them up for the speakers who have come here to also give back the feedback, and you can share the feedback. Lastly, there are forms of the booklets that you have for distinguished members. I mentioned it earlier. For those who are coming in, we have a booklet and it has a form at the end. We want you to give us feedback at the end of our program today, which is the education, so that we know how successful it has been, what needs to change, what needs to be different. Sawa. So you can do that as we progress. Usianze kujaza sasa kwa sababu kipindi hakijaanza rasmi. Ladies and gentlemen, I now have the important pleasure of inviting our first speaker for the day. Aje kwanza atukaribishe, alafu aje atupe mawaidha yake. Ladies and gentlemen, please, if you may, humbly and kindly put your hands together for the chairman's remarks, Mr. Julius Cheption, who will come and start us off in this wonderful day. Karibu sana. Karibu sana.
Amjambo. Amjambo tena. Bwana Nimrod amesema niwajulishe kwamba nafanya kazi na nani, na kabla sijaendelea ningependa tu trustees wasimame mahali wapo ili niwajulishe ni kina nani nafanya kazi nao. Ignatius Wamalwa, right there. Thank you. Doreen, brand new. Thank you. Esther Mutisia, thank you. Rosabella, bye. Thank you. Jonathan Tanchu, thank you. Gabriel, thank you. Esteemed members of the Telposta Pension Scheme and Provident Fund, fellow trustees, management and staff, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the Board of Trustees of Telposta Pension Scheme and Telposta Provident Fund, together with the Secretariat led by Mr. Peter Rotich, it is my pleasure and honor to welcome you to this education exercise that will run from today until the end of the month, right in Mombasa. It is my great honor to stand before you today as we kick off a nationwide member education days. This moment marks more than a series of engagements across the country. It marks the beginning of a renewed commitment to you, our members. We, today and the many days to follow, are here to listen. And if that's not powerful enough a message, then, or a purpose, then what is? These meetings are not ceremonial gatherings. They are platforms for open, honest, and constructive dialogue. We want to hear from you directly about the pension payments, benefit processing, communication challenges, customer experience, and the management of our properties and investment. Your experiences and perspectives are central to how we move forward. And that's why we decided, and I told you a couple of years back, maybe 2 years ago, when I took over as the chairman, or 3 years ago, that we will endeavor to have one AGM, which we did in December, didn't we? Did we not? We did.
And we have done it twice, because that year we did two meetings, which is a big...
Our financial year begins 1st of July, ends 30th of June.
What was nasty, we just asked for it.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we decided that it's important to have a day for you to ask questions, to listen to us, as opposed to receiving reports. And that's why we have member education days, and it's part of regulatory RBA mandate. So as trustees, we hold in trust that you have worked a lifetime to earn. Your pension represents security, dignity, and peace of mind. We recognize the weight of that responsibility, and we take it seriously. Over time, we have heard your concerns regarding occasional delays in payments, access to information, transparency in investments, and responsiveness in engagement. We acknowledge these concerns openly, and today I want to assure you that meaningful change is underway. This transformation did not happen by chance. It has been informed by a comprehensive market survey conducted among our members. We deliberately sought your views, your satisfaction levels, your frustrations, and your ideas for improvement. We listened carefully to what you told us. In addition, we undertook benchmarking exercises to study how similar pension schemes are managed here and elsewhere. We examined best practices in governance, service delivery, member engagement, technology adoption, investment management, and operational efficiency. We asked ourselves a critical question. How can we measure up to the best, and how can we do better? The result of that reflection, members, consultation, and benchmarking is the transformation we are unveiling today. I'm proud to announce that we have rebranded to reflect the centricity of that purpose. But this rebrand is not merely cosmetic. It's not just a new logo or visual identity. It represents a cultural shift, a new way of thinking, engaging, and serving you. For 27 years, we carried the same logo, a mark of our endurance and our commitment to you. Today, we carry that heritage forward with a refreshed identity that better reflects who we are and who we are becoming. So the tagline, reflecting the centricity of our members, service to our members, is tuko nanyi, tunawajali. It's not just a phrase. It's a commitment from all of us, those serving today and those that will serve in future. The commitment is guided by our core values. And as you will notice going forward, the member is at the center because you come first in everything we do. Accountability. We're responsible stewards of our pension. Inclusivity. Every member is seen, heard, and valued equally. And I want to say these members, the first year I became chairman, I used to have a queue outside my office of members intending to see me because they had various grievances. We listened to them all, I did. We had lunches with some of them. We went out, we spoke, and I realized that the misunderstanding of what was apparently a grievance was a simple misunderstanding because you perhaps hadn't had a door open to you to be heard. That's why inclusivity is a very central part of the entire rebranding. So our direction is anchored on transparency, clear and regular communication about payments, benefits, investments, performance, accessibility, making it easier for you to reach us and receive timely responses. Efficiency, improving processes to reduce delays and enhance service delivery. Accountability, strengthening governance and oversight in the management of your assets. Empathy and respect, recognizing that behind every inquiry is a person, a family, an elder who served their country and with real needs and expectations in retirement. We understand that pension matters are deeply personal. Behind every pension payment is a household, and behind every delayed process is certainly anxiety. Behind every question is a legitimate concern. We're committed to responding with professionalism, urgency, and compassion. During these meetings, we will also provide updates on the scheme's property portfolio and investment performance following our report during the AGM, just to continue updating you on exactly where we stand, what's going on, because I know it's also the question in the room. We know we want greater clarity. You want greater clarity on how your funds are invested, how risks are managed, and how we are positioning the scheme for long-term sustainability. We are committed to open discussions about our strategies and safeguards. We are strengthening governance and structures. We're enhancing internal controls. We are modernizing systems, and we're embedding a service-oriented culture throughout the organization. So members, ladies and gentlemen, true transformation requires partnership, patience. We have come some way. We have a long way to go. And there is no quick fix. We all know that. I believe so. I invite you to engage actively, ask questions, offer suggestions, share your experiences, challenge us constructively, because these conversations will shape our future direction and improve service delivery. Let these meetings be remembered as a turning point, a new chapter defined by transparency, accountability, empathy, and collaboration. On behalf of the Board of Trustees, I reaffirm our unwavering commitment that we will serve you with integrity, we will listen to you with humility, we will manage your pension with the highest standards of responsibility and care. Together, we will build a stronger, more responsive, and more trusted pension scheme and fund today and for the days and generations to come. Our commitment is to assure our members that we will leverage expertise to grow returns on investment and focus on long-term sustainability. Thank you for your service, your trust, and your continued partnership. Therefore, may these engagements be meaningful, open, and transformative for us all. Thank you. God bless you all, and God bless our country, Kenya.
Asante sana. Asante sana. Once again, a round of applause for our chairman. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Asante sana for your wonderful and opening remarks. A kind reminder, for those who have your mobile telephones, tafadhali, put it on silent or vibrate. And in case you want to answer a call, unaweza kutoka nje utaratibu, then ukarudi, sio ni tatizo lolote. Yeah, so that tuwe na utaratibu wakati tunapoendelea. For those who've just joined us, I know there are two types of forms that you've been required to sign or append your signature. One is the consent form, which requires us to legally, of course, collect data and use it on your behalf. Saa nyingine ni ID number, majina na kadhalika. Then also remember, meeting kama hizi, we usually take video and photography, right? So we want to be sure that next time when we use the footage or pictures from what we collected today, that to print out newsletters, magazines, and what have you, and even put them on our digital platforms, tusiwe na tatizo kwamba hatukupata ruhusa. Kwa hivyo your consent form inatupatia hiyo ruhusa, and I'm happy that most of you have done that. And then at the end of, or rather at the back of your booklets, you have another form which is for feedback, right? So because we started officially our program, we'd like you to give us feedback at the very end. What you do with that form, fill it up, don't give us your name or number because it's an anonymous form. But then when we're leaving later on, please place them on the desks. Someone will come and collect them, and then we'll look at the feedback after today's event. Asante sana. May I now invite our Bwana Peter Rotich to also come and make his remarks. Karibu sana, makofi kwa Asante.
Good morning, members. Good morning, our retirees. Thank you. Indeed, it's a great pleasure to have you here. We last met during the AGM on the 10th of December. And I would like to take you through our journey, our milestones, and where we stand today, so that as we have an interaction in the course of our member education, we are able to appreciate where we have come from, the misses, the hits, the successes, and indeed where we stand today and where we intend to move to. Members, this scheme has walked a long road with you, and here are the key moments in our history. Since 1999. As you are aware, Telposta Pension Scheme was established following the split of the Kenya Post and Telecommunications Corporation into 3 various entities. And those entities were Telecom Kenya Limited, Communication Commission of Kenya, which has since changed to Communication Authority, as well as Postal Corporation of Kenya. At that time, we had a deed of participation where those other entities were participating in Telposta Pension Scheme, but starting 2000, Postal Corporation of Kenya set up its own pension scheme. Communication Authority of Kenya set up its own pension scheme. And thereafter, the deeds of amendments to the pension scheme and the rules were formally updated. That was in 2004. Fast forward to 2006, Telcom Kenya Limited did write to our board of trustees of its intention to close the scheme. I repeat, its intention to close the scheme. At that time, the scheme was only 37% funded. I repeat, 37% funded. In preparation of the privatization of Telcom in 2007, Telcom formally wrote to Telposta Pension Scheme to close the scheme to new members, And based on the conversation that the trustees had with Telcom Kenya Limited, there was a funding by the government of Kenya to the tune of 8 billion Kenya shillings. The scheme was funded by government of Kenya. And why was it funded? As part of the privatization of Telcom, the pension scheme was only 37% funded. The assets which were in the scheme were not enough to fully pay the scheme. So with the closure of the scheme in 2007, we were very lucky. We got full funding of Kenya shillings, 8 billion. Some were in the form of cash and others in form of bonds. That was an important milestone, our members, because the scheme became closed as at 30th November 2007. There are no more contributions coming in, and Telcom set up a separate pension scheme. And having done that, the major challenge to our trustees now is there's no more contribution coming in, so they have to prudently manage the assets that they have. With the setting up of a new pension arrangement for staff who were in employment, we had to transfer close to 3.8 billion Kenya shillings to the new arrangement of employees who were in service as of 1st December 2007. Having done that 2008 was a major milestone for the scheme because of the placement of automatic pension increment every 1st July of the year. That was a major milestone at that time in 2008. We progressed, and in 2009, the board had its first strategic plan. 2010, the board consolidated the deeds, bringing together all the rules under one document. And in 2012, our members, we had the first member education. 2012. We moved forward to 2014. We established the first policy documents. First policy documents as a part of improving governance. At that time in 2014, we set up a new department. The Board of Trustees realized the importance of a very, very strategic department in the organization. A department that had not been there since 1999. It took the trustees over 14 years. And what was that department? The property department. And having done that, in 2015, the board held its strategic retreat. A strategic retreat which was very, very important on the direction the pension scheme moves. And having done that, the board realized that the strategic plan of 2009 was outdated because that was the first strategic plan of the pension scheme. The boards initiated the second strategic plan in 2017. And in 2020, there was a mid-review of that strategic plan. Now, remember, I've told you we developed the first policy documents with guides on governance in 2014. And we were so lucky that Telposta pension scheme was ahead of the industry, because come 2018, there is something called the Market Conduct Guidelines by the Regulator Retirement Benefits Authority, and policy documents became a regulatory requirement. That is in 2021. It became a regulatory requirement. We were so lucky that our Board of Trustees had realized the importance of having key policy documents that helped in the operations of the pension scheme. 2014, and here we are in 2021. The regulator makes it compulsory as part of policy documents that it's a regulatory requirement to have policy documents. Move forward to 2022, because it's now become a regulatory requirement. Retirement Benefits Authority formally inspects the pension scheme. It formally inspects the pension scheme, and having inspected the pension scheme, we set up another important regulatory consideration, and that is governance audit. We conducted a governance audit in 2023. Another milestone, members, is that in 2024, 16th December, I repeat, 2024, 16th December, we got a formal approval from the government of Kenya through the National Treasury to dispose our property holdings. We had been seeking for many years as a public entity to have an approval to dispose our properties. Why do I say that? Because there was a legal requirement which, through a circular released by the Retirement Benefits Authority way back in 2018, that no transaction with respect to any property can be transacted by the board without advice from an investment manager. So we were lucky we had appointed an investment manager with expertise in property holdings, and that was Gen Africa. And they guided us on the way in which we should interact with our property holdings so that we don't have haphazard sales of the properties. And if we have haphazard sales, it will jeopardize the financial health of the pension scheme. Move forward again, members, to 2025, and we have quarterly internal audits begin, and it begins a new era of accountability. In 2026, members, we added a new chapter this year, which you have been informed by our chairman of a full strategic rebrand and member-centric repositioning guided by your voices. Now, in between this journey, there are certain activities, of course, that have been ongoing in the pension scheme. One of those key activities is the shift from NHIF to SHIF. And what is it that has changed for you, members? Remember, the Kenya's National Health Cover Program has transitioned from NHIF to SHIF. And here is where we stand, our members. In October 2024, after that shift to SHIF, we had 2 new members. As of January 2026, pensioners who are enrolled in SHIF are now 615. We unfortunately have members who are in NHIF and have joined SHIF. Members who are in NHIF and have joined SHIF, they are 463. Now, we have our members who had joined NHIF but have not yet joined SHIF. They stand at 639. Let me thank the members who were not in NHIF but have since joined SHIF. The membership of that category is 138. May I kindly request our members, in your retirement, it's important that you have a cover. So we normally request you that kindly enroll in SHIF. Now, if you were in NHIF and you have not transitioned to SHIF, please speak to us in the office. We are available. Our staff are also available here. They will guide you on how to move from NHIF, because we stopped that contribution, so that you write to us officially that you would like to transition to SHIF. We will help you on transitioning. Now, who are our members today? Now, our membership spans different ages and life stages. Let me just give you a snapshot as of January. 90 years and above. 90 years and above, as of January, there are 73 members. Hebu tuwapigie makofi. Thank you. We continue honoring those members. 80 to 89, 630 members. Makofi tena. I've said hi to one of them here, looking very young. 70 to 79, 2,640. Tuwapigie makofi. Congratulations. 60 to 69, 1,815. Tuwapigie makofi tafadhali. Our young members. Our young members, one of them came to the office and told me, "Yeah, ni Gen Z," and we laughed. 50 to 59, 134. Tuwapigie makofi tafadhali. Now, we do have members who have not claimed their benefits. They are past the early retirement age. Of course, we retain their benefits in the scheme. The number of members who are aged 60 to 69 are 8. 50 to 59, there are 67, and below 50, we have in the deferred membership, we have 1 member. Now, we have a baby in the scheme. We have a baby we normally carry along, very silent, that is the Provident Fund members. Those above 50, 345, they have not claimed their benefits. Below 50, they are 4 members. Let me take you through members also, to how much our pensioners paid. And the table on the screen shows the range of monthly pensions paid to members as of January 2026. What is the average monthly pension? The average monthly pension is 11,895. I repeat, the average monthly pension is 11,895. Those earning below 5,000, there are 1,506 members. The members earning between 5,000 and 10,000 are 1,403. Our members earning between 10,000 to 15,000 are 1,097. 15,000 to 20,000, 587. 20,000 to 25,000, 257 members. 25,000 to 30,000, 191 members. 30,000 to 35,000, 177. 35,000 to 40,000, 116, and above 40,000 is 104. From those figures, you can see that a bulk of our members is between the range of 5,000 and 15,000. So if you add the 5,000, the 15,000 backwards, we have close to 4,000 members who are in that category. Now, what is the total monthly pension paid since I've just gone back to 2007 when the scheme closed. Remember, the scheme closed to contributions from 2007, and that is an important period for the scheme because no contributions came from that time to the scheme. And since the closure, the scheme has consistently honored its commitment to you every month. The total benefits paid from 2007 is nearly 18 billion. From 2007 is 18 billion. Out of which monthly pensions alone is 14.5. Now, I've further broken it down a bit. From 2007 to show that statistics. 2007, we paid 1.3 billion. Administrative expenses was 51 million. And the fund value, remember I told you in 2006, Telkom wrote that they want to discontinue the operations of the pension scheme. If the scheme had been liquidated at that time, the funding level was only 37%. The amount of assets that were available for members was 5 billion. We were lucky, we received a full funding by the government of close to 8 billion. Out of that 8 billion, we transferred to the new arrangement. Remember, there were staff members who were in active employment who the sponsor set up a new pension arrangement. We transferred 3.6 billion Kenya shillings. Administrative expenses was 78. The fund grew to 9 billion. And going through that over the years, 2015, an important one there, 2015, we paid 1 billion. Why did we pay 1 billion? There was a bonus payment in that year. 2018, so in 2015, a bonus payment. There was also transfers out. In 2018, there was another bonus payment, members, of 1 billion. There was a transfer of 1 million. The fund value has since grown to 15 billion. Remember, in 2009, the fund is 9 billion. Trustees are prudently ensuring that they manage the assets so that we sustain the scheme for the foreseeable future. So 2018, there's a bonus payment. The pensions paid, you can see it's close to 1 billion. That's 900, 800, 886, 8 billion, 8 million, 800 million, 860 million. In 2024, members, there's another bonus payment. These are discretionary payments. So there's a bonus payment plus your monthly pension. So the total benefits paid is 1 billion. I want you to notice something, members. These statistics are always in the summarized financial statements that we send to you every year. That's number one. Number two, these statistics are also in the audited financial statements that you can download from our website. We've just removed all this data. You have access to them. They are in the financial statements. Now, one thing you have to notice, members, 2024, if you go to the administrative expenses shoot up tremendously. The previous year, we had 163 million. In 2024, the end of June, it is 229 million, and 2025, 221. Why have the administrative expenses become high? There are various court cases with respect to property holdings that were maturing, and we had to pay our various service providers who assisted us in getting titles to these properties that we had been in court. So in sum total, members, very important, how much have we spent? 17 billion. Plus administrative expenses, 2 billion. Kama tu tungeketi without ensuring we are pushing our fund managers, we are pushing our property managers to generate income. You can see we would have paid 17 billion and the fund would have diminished. But thank God to the board of trustees, they have always pushed the fund managers to ensure the investment returns that we have is able to generate income to pay benefits to our members. And as the financial statements for last year, our fund value was 14.498 billion. Now, I've just mentioned about some of the administrative costs. One of the highest administrative costs are legal. They are member related and they are property related. Member related is 97. That is from 2001. I'm talking about the life. Remember I told you I want to take you through the journey of Telposta pension scheme from 1999 to 2025. How much have we spent in those over 24 years? We have spent for member-related 97 million. Property-related legal costs, 532 million Kenya shillings. Now, the property-related legal costs are higher because the scheme has had to engage in many court cases to recover the properties. Number one, from one, persons who had occupied it illegally, those are the grabbers. Number two, non-paying tenants. And number three, illegal occupants. Now, by spending that, the trustees want to ensure that the recoveries protect your pension income. Now, beyond pension payment alone, members, what have the trustees also done during this journey? the trustees also have decided to have what we call member visits. We did visit in February 2024, Ruben Mwachari in Voi. The age at the date of visit, he was 96 years old. We have visited others, and along the way, the board also noticed that, no, let's not only visit the gentlemen, let's visit the wonderful ladies who are members. So we went visiting Bliss Mogaki on the 2nd of August 2025. She was 87 years. We also visited Mary Hilda Othieno on the 17th of January 2026 in Awendo. I want to assure you that we will continue visiting those senior retirees. Members, you are right as a member. What are your rights? Very important. You have a right to vote or stand as a trustee. It's provided for in the RBA Act. Right to vote for or stand as a trustee. You have a right to attend the AGM and Members' Day, like today is a Members' Day, Member Education. Something that has been put into law starting last year, 2024, not last year, is to review trustees' remuneration every 3 years. So every 3 years we'll be coming to you to review the trustees' remuneration. It's anchored in law. As a member, you have a right to attend retirement planning seminars, like workshops, seminars. This one of ours is an education. You have a right as a member to attend. Now, you have a right to membership without discrimination in the pension scheme. We don't discriminate, we treat all members equally. So you don't come to Telposta pension scheme and say you are general manager or you are an MD. We'll treat you in the same respect like that member who was in scale 10. I hope we appreciate that, members. You have a right to raise concerns at the scheme. Every member has a right individually to raise concerns at the scheme. You can write, you can visit, you can ring, and wherever you are not satisfied, you can directly go to the Retirement Benefits Authority. They have a listening ear. The regulator has a listening ear. You have a right as a member to nominate your beneficiaries. You have a right to nominate your beneficiaries. You have a right to share in the scheme's financial success. Like that, through the advice of an actuary, with the approval of the sponsor, you have that right to share in the success of this scheme. You have a right to information about the scheme. Right to information, and that is why we write to you severally. We ensure we send you documents. We ensure we inform you that you can download some of the documents from our website. You have a right to fair treatment and good governance from the scheme, and a right to protection of your benefits. The regulator ensures that your benefits are protected. Members, tuko nanyi, tunawajali. Tuko nanyi, wacha nirudie tena, tuko nanyi, tunawajali. Thank you. God bless you.
Once again, a round of applause for our senior trust secretary, Teacher, asante sana for your wonderful remarks. Tunasema asante. And on behalf of the CEO, we'd like to appreciate and recognize all the employees of the scheme and the Provident Fund, members of staff, management team wako hapa ndani, wasimame tafadhali tuwashukuru kwa kazi nzuri. Wale wote wako kwenye scheme. Wote tuwapigie makofi hawa ndugu zetu. Thank you so much for your working under our CEO. Asante sana kwa kazi nzuri. We are moving forward quite well, and at this juncture, I'd like us to listen to our regulator, and I'd like to invite on stage Mr. John Kerr from the Retirement Benefit Authority. For the speakers who are on that side, I'd like to advise you, when we call you up stage, come through this other end. At least we have steps here to go up the stage. So karibu sana. This is John Kerr, ladies and gentlemen, from RBA. Karibu sana. Welcome. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jambo. You know, I am probably part and parcel of those who are claiming to be Gen Zs in this particular setting. And where I come from, when you are privileged to be in the presence of your seniors, your elders, there is a special greeting. When Nimrod asked who are from the coast, I put my hand up. And therefore, in honor of where I'm from, I also want to say shikamooni. Najua, you say marahaba, shikamooni. Wonderful. Salamu kwanza kutoka huko tokako, but officially let me convey greetings from our leader at the Retirement Benefits Authority, Mr. Charles Mashira, who would have loved to be here, but unfortunately is engaged in another activity with our board, and therefore asked us to represent him. Mr. Mashira sends his greetings and is very happy to participate, that the authority is participating in this Member Education Day. As a regulator, we are a keen supporter of schemes, and especially days like this, through which you are empowered with information. So we want to thank the chairman and the board of trustees and the CEO for inviting us and giving us this opportunity. In my brief, I was told to talk about the industry, and then I will narrow down to your scheme. And so this presentation will start off broadly and generally, and then I will narrow down to matters relating to your scheme. I want to thank the previous speakers because they've already touched on several issues that I was going to talk about in depth. So mine is just emphasis, and when I get to those places, I will probably just go through them quickly, but nonetheless, we're here to empower you, so here goes. So at RBA, our vision is dignity in retirement. If I was to ask any of you here to define what dignity is, I'm sure we will get as many definitions as we are here today. But what I'm sure about is that if we were to summarize those definitions, there are certain keywords that would come up. These words, next slide, please, would be words like meaningful life, happiness, fulfillment, and so on and so forth. And this is what we as RBA aspire to enable you achieve: a fulfilled, meaningful, dignified retirement. And this is in all aspects. It's with respect to your aspirations, because we know that even though you attain retirement age officially, you do not retire in terms of your aspirations. In terms of health, relationships with the people around you, with matters relating to legacy and the environment. Next slide, please. These are key areas that we want happiness, fulfillment, and dignity to. Those that I've said, those are issues or matters that are affected by different inputs in our society. Aspirations are informed by culture and various other aspects. And so are the many other areas I've listed. But when it comes to finances, at that finance bit, RBA has a big role to play to ensure that you are able to enjoy your retirement from a financially secure perspective. And so that's what our mandate, next slide, concerns us. Our mandate is for us to regulate and supervise the establishment and management of retirement benefit schemes. So your scheme was established, your scheme is ongoing. Though the scheme is not admitting any new members, your scheme is still running and must comply with the various regulatory framework that is there. And as RBA, we are very happy that this journey that the CEO and the chairman have highlighted, we've walked it together and we've seen the scheme turn around from a stage or a phase where there were challenges to a phase where now is one of the better run schemes in our country. Give yourself a round of applause. Secondly, we exist to protect your interests. The money in the scheme is your money. It is no other Kenyan's money. And therefore, to ensure that you are paid on time, the right amount, in the right manner, we undertake various activities to protect your interests. The interests that the CEO has just highlighted to you, those rights that you have, we ensure that they are protected. And that's why he said, if you have any concern, you can come to the authority. We will be able to help you address those concerns with the necessary stakeholders. Also, we have a responsibility of developing this sector in which your scheme is operating in. The retirement benefits sector in Kenya has been growing in leaps and bounds since the year 2000, when it was structured the way it is. As of last year, we were celebrating 25 years of existence as an authority, 25 years of protecting your interests, 25 years of ensuring that this sector grows for your benefit as members. And as I was seeing Wanarotich highlighting the different payments that are being made to the different age groups, I was very proud that during our tenure, we've been able to secure people's resources, savings, and they are now benefiting from those savings. So you need to appreciate that the government for ensuring that it put in place appropriate laws to give us this financial stability. The last two mandates are to advise the government on our any policy-related issues, and you will see some policy issues in this presentation that we actually are forwarding to the government. It is an ongoing process. Just like the world is dynamic, so is this sector. And so we need to be agile, which is one of our values, to ensure we adapt to the environment in which we are operating in. So this industry that I'm talking about, where are we today? The industry has grown from 40 billion in 2000 to 2.8 trillion shillings in savings and assets as at December 2025. This is your money and the money of several million other Kenyans that has been saved in these schemes. Active membership, the people who are contributing, still contributing to schemes is 4.1 million. But we have 3 million or so, thereabout, who were contributors but are now enjoying their retirement benefits. I would categorize you, majority of you, in that 3 million grouping, that you are no longer contributing, no longer active, but in terms of contributions, but active in terms of withdrawing benefits from the scheme. The industry has been growing. Between 2024 and 2025, we saw a good growth of 24.5%. And I think this was also reflected in your financials. Your financials did indicate that your schemes in terms of investment income generated some handsome figures. And that was good because your schemes are not getting contributions. The growth in your scheme can only be through prudent investments. And so far, the growth in your scheme is attributed to those investments, and we want to appreciate the efforts that have been made to that end. The 2.8 trillion is a huge mobilizer of resources in our country, and when compared to GDP, is 16% thereabout, which is good because this money can then be mobilized and be invested in various sectors of the economy to foster more growth. The other day, there's been something doing rounds on social media where our head of state was highlighting the potential of the pension sector in contributing to national development programs. That is how big and significant our sector is. And so we, as an authority, want to appreciate the players who have made this possible, and it's no other than the member of the scheme. Now, if I get to, next slide please, when I go to matters relating to your schemes, as Bwana Rotich highlighted, you have two schemes. You have what is the bigger pension scheme, the DB scheme, and you have the baby, the Provident Fund. It's good to highlight to you the status from a regulatory perspective for you to have assurance that how things stand at the moment. So at RBA, how we do our regulation and supervision is through what is called risk-based. We look at various risk parameters for purposes of assessing them and calculating your risks, your various scheme risks. So when it comes to your scheme, we looked at the issues relating to trustees, service providers, and professionals. Those who are represented here, Chairman has spoken, you've seen your trustees, service providers have been introduced and acknowledged. So where do you stand in that regard? Good standing for both schemes. When it comes to corporate governance, this is where the CEO is talking about the scheme needing to have policies, the appropriate policies, the relevant policies in place. And also the submission of returns on a periodic level. You are compliant. You have fulfilled what is required in law. And that's why, remember, I said it's one of the better run schemes that we have in our country. When it comes to risk management and controls, you have adequate controls in place to ensure that you can mitigate against various occurrences. The other area we look at is finance. Very critical in your scheme because as we saw, the amount of money that is being paid out to members is significant. So funding is a very essential parameter to look at, and in both your schemes, your funding levels are good. That is very commendable with respect to a public sector scheme and with respect to a scheme as large as yours. When it comes to investments, that's where there is some concerns with respect to your property holdings. We will acknowledge that you're a bit overexposed when it comes to property investments at around 82% against a maximum threshold of 30%. And that's why there has been conversations about liquidation of that particular building. And this is why. Because a scheme like yours requires cash money to be able to pay out on time. Now, when majority, 80% of the scheme assets are held in a building, that building can only generate so much income in rental yield per month or per year. But we have seen the number of members who are retiring and expecting payment is increasing. And that's why it's important to regularize that particular aspect. When it comes to liquidity, that's why it's high risk, because if the scheme does not convert its asset from a building to near cash, then the scheme will have problems looking for cash to pay, yet it has assets. It's like holding land. You can be asset rich but cash poor. Have you heard that phrase? Yes, so it's important that there is a balance, and that's why, as an authority, we have been working with the scheme and the government to ensure that the scheme can liquidate some of its assets. In terms of benefits, we saw the CEO give a very good explanation of the benefits, including the issues of health. And then lastly, when it comes to market conduct risk, you are compliant in terms of disclosures. The scheme communicates to you what is happening, and you at the same time can ask and they will give you information. And where they fail, then you can complain to the authority. And the few complaints we've received have been adequately addressed by the Secretariat, and so we want to appreciate their hard work. So as I move on, next slide. Sustainability of the scheme, and I think this was also echoed by the previous speakers, is our concern. Why? Because as we saw there, in fact I wrote it down, the membership over 60 is about 4,000, it's actually nearing 5,000. So, and in this day and age, with good healthcare provided by, I saw the CEO emphasizing you joining SHA, and good healthcare and generally good quality of life, we live longer. That's a blessing. But to the scheme has to have adequate resources to continue paying. And in fact, for us, we look at a scheme that is paying members who are in their hundreds in terms of age as a success factor. So these ones who are 90, we are praying for you. You reach the 100 mark, and the scheme continues paying for you. That's the beauty about a scheme like yours. But for the scheme to be able to do that, it has to have the cash in place. It has to have that cash in liquid form. And definitely, because its only other source of income is from investment, it's important that they invest prudently. And that's why when you sell a building and that cash is available, it can be reinvested in other asset classes so that then it can yield higher returns. When you look at the Kenyan investment ecosystem, you will realize that there are some other asset classes that are actually generating higher returns than buildings or investment property. So that's what we are saying. Let the scheme earn more money from more agile investments for purposes of you being paid into your hundreds. Next slide. As I mentioned, this sector is dynamic and is changing. And there are some challenges that also present opportunities for us to address. Now, one of the key challenges, which I also think is very relevant to us, is low pension coverage. You are privileged to have saved through a retirement scheme and to be beneficiaries of a scheme. But do you know that you are only part of 26% of working class Kenyans who saved for retirement. There is another 74% who are not saving for retirement. What will they do when they attain your respective ages? Where will they get upkeep from? I saw here that the average monthly pension is 11,895, and it ranges from 5,000 to over 40,000. You are privileged to be earning that. What about the others who have not been saving for retirement? So coverage is a big concern of ours as an authority, but also as part of the government, because poverty is a bigger national agenda. Eradication of poverty is a bigger national agenda. And so what we are doing is to ensure more and more people are sensitized on the importance of saving for retirement. And because you are beneficiaries, we want to enroll you to become our ambassadors. Go out there and tell your neighbors and the people in your communities who don't have such arrangements to save. It's never too late to start. They can go with the basic, which is NSSF, or they can go with the individual pension plans. They are there, and if you need more information, we have a good working relationship with your secretariat. We'll facilitate access to this information on our website. Also, you can get this information. Low income replacement ratio is another issue, whereby people save, but don't save enough for their retirement. So we've seen a lot of people access their retirement benefits before they attain retirement age. At least the law allows 50%. What we are encouraging people is don't access. Let it remain there and grow so that when you attain retirement age, you have a good amount to retire with. And remitted contributions is a bigger industry issue, particularly in the public sector, but that doesn't affect your scheme. Your schemes are well funded, and that's commendable. Consumer protection is what we do on an ongoing basis, ensuring that your rights are enforced. And then the policy proposals. Next slide, please. So before I get to the policy proposals, I just wanted to highlight this slide. Next slide, please. Yeah, that one. So I wanted to highlight this slide just for you to compare yourself. We did a pensioners survey. Maybe some of you are even sampled and responded to our questionnaires. And what were the findings? 41% felt that their pensions were inadequate. Most retirees experienced a sharp drop in income after leaving the workforce. 55% of pensioners receive less than 20,000 per month. These are just findings of surveys to inform us where we are vis-a-vis this sector. So I felt it was nice to just show this so that we can also benchmark and compare with the industry average, as this is a members' education. So what can we do? We are privileged that we are in a scheme that even has an incremental factor, which then ensures that at least it can cater for inflationary pressures. So let us appreciate the benefits package that we have for purposes of as we compare with other members of other schemes. Next slide. So when it comes to policy proposals, what are we doing? We have a huge, very significant policy document called the National Retirement Benefits Policy that we're implementing in collaboration with all players. And one of the key things in that policy is the harmonization of the retirement benefits framework. Kenya has too many segmented retirement benefits frameworks. We are looking at harmonizing them to ensure that all benefits and various features are aligned. The other thing which we'll continuously do, and I know you are beneficiaries of, is taxation. Come 2024, taxation on retirement benefits was removed, and as a result, those who were paying tax now benefited from getting an additional amount, which was what was going as tax. So we continue to lobby and to push proposals for tax incentives, especially if aligned or assigned to other benefits. As I conclude, I would like to re-emphasize your rights and responsibilities that Bwana Rotich highlighted. Nominate your beneficiaries. Elect your trustees so that then you have good representation. Remember, I talked about prudent investment. So who you have in the board of trustees is key. Interrogate scheme documentation. Ask for this information and they'll give you. It's good that I'm seeing you attending this scheme activity. I was told by your scheme officer that you are also a very active participant in the AGM. I want to encourage that continuous participation. And indeed, if you need anything from us, please reach out to the authority. We have various platforms through which you can reach out. You're also welcome to come to our office. Me, I'll give you a cup of tea anytime. All right? So karibuni sana RBA. Lastly, that survey that we did highlighted some key issues relating to pensioners. Views of retirements. 60% of the people we sampled were generally happy, but there were others that felt a bit lonely and isolated or were having trouble making ends meet. The most important things for retirees were personal health, hence the emphasis of SHA, enroll in SHA, or any other medical arrangement. Food, educating children, and educating grandchildren. Dependency is a big issue that we are facing in this country. And I am sure some of us are paying school fees for grandchildren. I am not going to ask you to raise your hands, but we can relate to that particular issue, those particular issues. So these are the realities of the environment that we live in, and therefore it's important that in retirement we are well, we've planned well in our retirement. So, ladies and gentlemen, mine was just to give remarks and an overview, but also to put things into context as to where they stand. And mine is to wish you all the very best in your retirement. For those who are yet to attain that age, to prepare well, and to assure you that the authority is here to serve you. We are willing and we will be collaborating with your team in the other forums all over the country. So we are going to collaborate in this and many other activities, and we are keen to ensure that you as members will have that dignity in retirement. Lastly, I also want to echo the rallying call of this session. Tuko nanyi, tunawajali. So let's say it together. Tuko nanyi, tuko na nyinyi, tunawajali as RBA. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, for John Kerr, the Deputy Director of Market Conduct and Industry Development, RBA makofi kwake. Asante sana. Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. Mabibi na mabwana, distinguished members, today we said is an education day. And I feel quite encouraged because I thought some of you would come to your notebooks, muandike, but I can see you're internalizing everything the way you are. So I'm encouraged. Najua maswali yatakuwa mengi lakini najua mko sawa. Niko nafikiri mtaandika notes nyingi lakini ni sawa. Masomo ni tofauti, si ndio? Asante. Makofi kwenu. Tunaendelea vizuri. Just a brief announcement, especially for those who just joined us. The restrooms, once you leave this room, on your left, and then to your right, there's a door which has a banner, the Telposta scheme banner. There's a flight of stairs. Once you come to the end of the flight of stairs, on your left, please, you can be encouraged to go and use the lavatory there or the restrooms. You have both the gents and the ladies. Asanteni sana. We're moving quite well. Nataka sasa nimkaribishe mweka hazina na vile vile mhasibu mkuu wa Telposta Pension Scheme na vile vile Provident Fund, Mr. Dominic Abala, naye aje atoe ripoti yake. Mkaribisheni kwa makofi tafadhali. Asante sana kwa kazi nzuri ya kutuwekea mahesabu na matokeo. Karibu sana. Thank you.
morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, pensioners. I'm very happy to see you attend this very important occasion and very ready to learn. Learning is a continuous process, it never ends. Even as old as the 90 years pensioners, some are here, ready to learn, ready to understand their scheme, and ready to know whether their scheme has a future. The future of the scheme lies on the financial position of the scheme, what we call the health financial position of the scheme. My name is CPA Dominic Abala, as was told. I'm here to take you through the finance and investments sector of the scheme. I believe we are ready to learn. I'll take you slowly. I'll not bring the complex matters, but the few matters which matters for the scheme is what I'm going to mention today. Just on a brief overview of the objectives of the scheme is to meet the long-term financial obligations of the scheme and fund, and to pay pension benefits to members and their beneficiaries in the event of death or in retirement and deferment. Pensioners, you can attest that on a monthly basis, you have been getting your pension on time. There is no delay. This basically ensures that we explore prudent financial management to be able to pay you on time and to be able to receive that money as we have communicated earlier in the year. We have a schedule which we have sent to the members, and we observe this is done on time. You can attest to that. Without proper financial management, many pensioners are not able to pay their pensioners on time. Remember, this is a closed scheme. So we use what we have to be able to meet your obligations when they fall due and to run the scheme going forward. What options do we have in the investment sector that Telposta Pension Scheme has? We have invested in government securities, things like treasury bills and bonds, where we generate substantial income to be able to sustain the scheme going forward. The philosophy anchored on this is to purchase short-term papers when interest rates are high and long-term papers when interest rates are low. That is the philosophy we explore through the fund managers, and that probably has maintained us to where we are today. We also invest in equity through Nairobi Security Exchange. What do we do? Invest in high dividend and undervalued stock. When you buy stocks when they are undervalued, tomorrow when the prices go up and you sell them, you make a margin. That margin we plow back and be able to use it for obligations of the scheme, particularly payment of pensioners when they fall due. We also invest in term deposits. Term deposits are either fixed deposits or term deposits are they are deposits on call. So what is the philosophy behind this? Is to invest in the asset class when interest rates are high and returns from the other assets classes are not favorable. So we play around with the market. The market is dynamic. And as was said by the earlier speakers, you know, when you invest only on rental income, it may not give you sustainable yield to be able to sustain the scheme going forward. The market structure depicts that when you invest in the capital markets, where the NSE we have higher returns. You can have rental incomes, but you compare that with somebody who has invested in the capital markets, the return on the capital markets are normally higher compared to fixed asset returns. Fixed asset returns, we use them for posterity and for wealth creation. You can be wealthy, but liquidity is affected. So you cannot meet your obligations on time. So we try as much as possible where we stand to rebalance our portfolio, hence the need for rebranding. Today we stand here to tell you that Telposta has given a new face. The new face must be able to assure you of your future. The other sector we are investing in is the property portfolio. You have been told here earlier that we are holding 83% of the property portfolio, which is way above 30% required by RBA. That's a breach. And as we say that the returns on this portfolio sector, that is property, is not good enough. So we are working round the clock to exit this portfolio and be able to turn around it, to be able to sell some of these properties, and if possible, exit the property portfolio, invest in more liquid assets with higher returns, and be able to sustain the scheme going forward. You know the number of properties we are holding as pensioners, and this will be enumerated by the next speaker. He'll give you more details about the properties, what we have done on those properties. I believe some of you have visited and they know the status as we speak. Now, those properties, with the improvement we have done, Peter showed the administrative costs on properties, and with the improvement we have done, these properties are going to yield what we call a premium return when we sell them. And we'll be able to tell you, members, that out of these properties, the pension scheme has recouped this much, which will be plowed back for the benefit of the pensioners. We have alternative investment options where we have the commercial papers and offshore investment. Telposta pension scheme, being a closed scheme, we have not invested in the offshores, but regulator provides that we can invest in the offshore investments. Offshore means across the country. You can invest in foreign bonds or foreign denominated bonds, which of course will be able to yield the foreign currency, then you translate. But because of the dynamics of translation in terms of foreign exchange, you may not be able to recoup. You remember sometimes back, the currency of Kenya was not stable. It was going even to 100 and something, 50 to the dollar. If you invested in dollar at that time and you are converting that one to shillings, there will be a margin of loss. So as you invest, you must be able to look at the dynamics of the market prevailing at that time of investment. So that calls for prudent financial management, which the scheme is exploring through the board to ensure that there is an assurance of members' benefits going forward up to the last member being paid or the last beneficiary being paid. In the alternative investment class, we have government securities. These numbers denote what we had as at 30th June 2025, the last audited report. These numbers still remains the same with what we read here in the AGM. If you recall, we were here in the last AGM last December. So the numbers still remains the same. In government securities, we had 1.7 billion. Quoted equities were 440 million, 349, 668, which formed 3% of the portfolio investment that we hold. Fixed deposit were 393 million, 741, 321. Cash and demand deposits were 7.1 million. The corporate bonds were 7.5. The large chunk is on investment in property. It's 12.2 billion, which forms 83%. You can see it is denoted in red, showing that there must be something be done to turn around this portfolio. Liquidity is a need for the scheme. On a monthly basis, we pay out pensioners to the tune of about 70 million for the whole pensioners. And it has to come on time. It therefore requires that we work around the clock to turn around this portfolio to be able to have enough liquid money to be able to pay when they fall due. I assure you that this is on course, as was explained by the CEO and the chair of the board. We are working around the clock, and when we come back for the AGM, we will be able to table before you the efforts done by the trustees and the results of those efforts, which will be able to culminate in the promises made by the chair in the last AGM. The other alternative investment areas are REITs. These are investment in the real estate investment trust, which is very minimal in Kenya. We have not invested that. Private equity and venture capital, we have not invested in that. Unlisted shares, these are shares which are not listed in the Nairobi Security Exchange. And also exchange traded derivatives. Derivatives market is also trading in the Nairobi Security Exchange. I think now we are 3 years old since it was introduced. So derivatives market deals with the underlying assets, where you invest in the underlying assets. The determinants of this are complex, but the scheme has not invested in that because the scheme is mature and looking forward to sustaining the pensioners going forward. These schemes which invest in such are schemes which, of course, get inflows on a monthly basis. You are sure of getting the other money, and you are not only relying on what you have. If you invest blindly on some of the sectors, you will be handicapped, you will be locked. When you lock funds on foreign investment, you will not be able to meet your obligations locally when they fall due. So we use simple, prudent financial management to ensure that the scheme funds are safe, they are prudently invested, and we are able to meet obligations when they fall due. The graph shows the Telposta pension scheme 10-year asset under management. From 2017, you can see where we were, 15.5 billion. 2018, 15.97 billion. If you look at the year 2023, 2024, the asset holdings going down. Why? Remember, the sustainability of the pensioners' monthly pay has to be in cash. The liquid assets that we have, which we invested, occasionally we do what we call liquidation. We liquidate to be able to pay the pensioners. The assets of the scheme in terms of property were not sold earlier. So the time now is where we are looking forward, working around the clock to turn around that portfolio. So the scheme assets as we stand as at 30th of June 2025 is 14.5 billion. The next back. This slide, I'll not talk about it. There's another slide talking about the baby in the house. The baby in the house is TPF. If you compare TPS and TPF, TPF has no property. They are only having liquid assets. So you will see the growth model. The growth model starts from where we are. Look at where they were from the first. It is trajectorically going up. The trend is going up. As at June 2025, it is standing on 1.5 billion. So TPS, when we turn around this portfolio of property, I'm assuring you that TPF can even do much better. Because when you have enough resources in your hand, you will be able to make sound decisions to invest in short-term, medium-term, and long-term. This will be able to sustain the scheme going forward. Results will be seen, and we are assuring you that soon we will come back and show the members the efforts done to turn around this portfolio. I will not talk about that slide because that slide has been mentioned by the CEO, Mr. Peter, when he talked about the ratio of members' property legal cases vis-a-vis the members. So this is just a demonstration of what we have gone through. You will find that the property portfolio holds more of the costs compared to member-related legal costs. I think with that, I'll mark the end of my presentation. Much of this, as Peter mentioned earlier, can be downloaded from the website. We have the financial statement already published in our website for the year 2025. Any clarification, we'll be able to clarify where need arises. And I just want to say thank you for attending, because when you attend, you learn. You get it from the horse's mouth. You are not told by the third party, which sometimes do not portray the right position. Thank you very much for listening, and God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Tony Kabala, the Manager of Finance and Accounts at Telposta Pension Scheme, as well as Provident. Asante sana. Tunashukuru. Distinguished members, I requested the staff at KICC to just increase the environment a bit, the AC. I hope it's okay, but if it's not, please signal me so that I can have them reduce it. I don't want it to affect you, but I was feeling a bit, the room was getting a bit warm. I hope it's okay for all of you, though. It is, yeah? Asante sana. Right, we'd like to hear from the fund manager, our fund manager. This is Mr. Christopher Mwenda. I know he's ready with his presentation from Gen Africa Asset Managers. Karibu sana. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Chair, trustees, distinguished members, good morning. It is still not noon, so I'll try and keep it brief. The beauty of property is that it is a core part of your pension scheme. Telposta pension scheme is synonymous with property because 83% of your portfolio is property. So every speaker has mentioned it, and they have been building the groundwork, and I will be just making sure the message gets home to you members, for you to understand, because this is your day. I want you to understand when they talk about property being illiquid, the need to reduce the portfolio, to rebalance. I want you to understand how we got here. I want you to understand the historical performance of property. And I want you to leave this session having known why the trustees are making the decisions that they've made. The regulator is here. They are happy with our decision. They are supporting us. They are working with us. And my role is to just make sure that when you hear how property has moved at the next AGM, you will now understand the success that this scheme has delivered to you. So let's just go straight to what we'll be talking about. So the scheme's portfolio has been evolving over the last 10 years, and that's what we'll speak into. The properties have been generating rental income. We'll talk about that as well. And then, why is the scheme selling properties, and what properties are we selling? And how is the disposal process going? Because it is already ongoing. I'll give you an update on where we are and how we are doing. So today's discussion is essential because all I'll be explaining is what has worked well for property, because property is a good asset class. It is good, it is wonderful, it has the wonderful characteristics that are perfect for a pension scheme, but the unique characteristics of this scheme is that you are a closed-ended maturing fund. So we'll also talk about how the trustees are repositioning the portfolio by selling property and reallocating it in higher yielding asset classes to make sure that going forward, your pension payments monthly are sustainable and that you never miss that critical picture. So let's talk about property. What is the role? Next slide. The role of property in a pension is, you understand this because I know members, you are a generation that has seen how prices in Kitengela have grown from 200,000 shillings per plot to around 3 million. So you understand when I say long-term capital growth, that's what I mean. That when a pension scheme is holding a property now, that's a property that they acquired or they were vested at a market value of probably less than 10% of the current value. So property is good because it grows. It grows. If you owned a property in Kitengela, I know members right now, you were laughing all the way to the bank back in 2019 when the values were very high. And you've also seen members you've invested, you have seen people generating, who have built properties and had tenants. You've seen neighborhoods where rents were originally 5,000 shillings. Now rent is 15,000 shillings. So that's what we mean by saying that property is a protection against inflation. That rent has been growing and has ensured that the owner of that property is always getting the same value for money over the years. Big letters members want to see. Could you enlarge it? Okay, members, I hope you can see that now. I hope they've made it bigger. Okay. So let's talk about RBA. RBA is the watchdog of this sector. And you've heard them mention that they understand the unique circumstances of this pension scheme and how property has dragged down and has affected your performance. So we have talked about how wonderful property is, but there are limitations. RBA has allowed you to invest in property, but they've also set it at a limit of 30%, which is lower than where we are right now, and that is what we're trying to achieve. The limitations of property, illiquidity. What that means, members, you know people who have been trying to sell the same plot for over a year. They have struggled, they have brought the price down, they have not yet found a buyer, and that's what we mean. When you need pensioners to be paid, you can't go and sell a property and receive that money then and there. It takes time. And that's why we say property is illiquid and we need more liquid assets. Assets that you can easily change into cash and pay members' benefits. Maintenance costs. If you have a property somewhere, it needs repairs here and there. Our residential portfolio, I'll take you through, you will see that it is the one that has been dragging down our performance. Residential portfolio is where we have seen auctioneers go and try and get rid of these tenants who have become squatters in your properties, not paying rent. We'll talk about the yield and the return that these properties have been giving you. Of course, vacancy risk is a very big risk. Properties that Telposta owns that are residential, currently some of them have no tenants because of one reason or the other, and that is a risk when it comes to property. So I'll go quickly to the next slide where we'll talk about the growth of property over the years. So you'll see the graph on the next slide, please. So members, you'll see the asset allocation for Telposta. Just scroll down a bit so they can see the bottom. You'll see it over the years, 2014 all the way to 2025. Property started off at 62% of your pension, but it has grown to 83% today. Why? Because property values grow. As the properties have been held, they have been growing in value, and those valuations have led to the increase in the allocation at your AUM. But also, because of the illiquid nature of assets, of property, you have been using more and utilizing more of your more liquid assets, your government bonds, your cash deposits. Those are what has been liquidated when you need to pay pensioners on top of the rental income that we'll also talk about. So you can see how it has been growing. The red line at the top just shows the performance of how property has been growing over the years. And you'll see how it started a bit low at 62%, but now it is at 85%. Next slide. Let's talk about income and expenses, because property has been generating income. We have our crown jewel, Telposta Towers, that has been the bread and butter of Telposta pension scheme. That has been contributing the majority of your income. But what has been contributing majority of your expenses is these residential properties where you have squatters who you need to evict. You need to get an auctioneer. You need to hire a lawyer to make sure that when you evict them, they don't take the scheme to court. You have boundaries that you need to establish because walls have been brought down, squatters have come and developed properties of their own. That is where majority of the expenses have been going. And you can see income has been growing at an average of 3.3%, but expenses have grown significantly. You can see the red line and how it has grown. Next slide. Let's talk about rental yield versus alternative assets. So what I'm talking about is, when we talk about the return that you get on property, what we're talking about is the rental yield. And that is the blue line that you see over there. The stable line. That stable line represents a very strong characteristic of property. That property is a very stable asset class. As opposed to the red one, which is equities, the Nairobi Stock Exchange. If you invest in company shares, those shares move up, down. You can see some of them are actually in the negative when you see the ones that are below the trend line over there at 0%. That is a negative return on equities. But look at how stable property has been. It has been giving you low returns, yes, 4.2% and 4.9%, averaging around 4.6% per annum, but it has been stable. And we'll talk about how Telposta Towers has been performing better, and performance that has been dragging you down is actually on the residential properties. Let's go to the next slide. We'll talk about the commercial property versus the residential property. And members, it's good to confirm to you that these numbers, if you go and download the audited accounts on your website, you will be able to find all these statistics there. It's a very wonderful thing that your management has done. You can easily go and verify all this data. So let's go back to what we were talking about. Telposta Towers versus the residential. Telposta Towers is the blue. It has been giving you a return of 7.5% on average. But what has the residential been doing? Giving you 0.9%. So if you separate the commercial property from the residential properties, it's like day and night. Your commercial property, Telposta Towers, has been doing very well, 99% occupancy. Management has been pushing for rent to be paid. We have been doing well on that front, minimal expenses. But on the residential side, contributing very little, but eating up a lot of your expenses. Let's go to the next slide. Let's compare property versus equities. Because we are saying if you had invested the property, that the value of your properties at the beginning of 2014 in equities as opposed to property, how would that have fared? So when you talk about equities capital gains, it's the way you also buy a plot in Kitengela in 2000 and sell it at 3 million, 4 million in 2019. It's because that capital gain is also applicable to equities as well. So if you compare how the property has been doing, it has actually done better than equities if you had invested in 2014, because the blue line is property, capital gains that the pension fund has realized, and the red line is the performance of equities, showing a hypothetical journey that you would have had. And you see, in 2025, the red line is lower than the blue line, showing that properties has been burdensome, but it has delivered good capital gains as opposed to equities. So let's talk about bonds, because this is a very safe investment instrument, and the majority of what we will realize will be going into this because the interest rates are doing well, and we trust that government bonds will be able to be the future of the Telposta pension scheme after we realize the sale of our property portfolio. So let's compare. The red line is the property yield, especially for Telposta Towers, 7%. But then you can see that bonds, 5-year bond, yellow, 10-year bond in blue, and the gray is the 1-year bond. In essence, what we're saying is you would have been getting a lot more. From 2014, we have never gotten to levels where bonds are. So that's why we're selling, because we want, going forward, you are always where the other lines are, the 1, 5, and 10-year bonds. That's what we want members to realize as returns. Next slide. So what are we saying? If you talk about performance over the last 10 years, rental yield versus alternative assets, equities, you will see that equities have delivered, could deliver potentially higher returns. And that's why fund managers are used, because of the volatility in the Nairobi Stock Exchange, you sell when it's high and then you buy again when it's low. So that when you realize the gain, you sell again and make that margin. So that's the job of your fund manager. And government bonds, as you can see, we have been consistently doing less because government bonds have been doing more than double the rental yields that we have been reporting. So all in all, what this performance is showing is that property is, as an asset class, has served the scheme well, Telposta Towers especially. But now, because of the nature of your fund, close-ended, maturing, you need to diversify, you need to have more liquid assets at hand. So next slide. So what is the structural issue? The real issue on why we are selling our property portfolio is concentration and liquidity risk. Concentration is that we are at 83%. RBA is saying because of what property, the characteristics of property, you should be at maximum 30%. So that is concentration risk. We are above where we're supposed to be, and that is something that we should be worried about, because this is an asset class that is very illiquid. Disposal processes take years to execute. So management is doing very well. They have made significant progress, and I hope you applaud them when they come here, because they are doing their best. And the second problem is liquidity. Selling a property does not take that, it's not that fast. You take time. And because of the nature of the property market, seeing that you can take 2 years to even sell a property, you do not invest majority of pension money in a closed-ended fund in property, because when you need to make those payments, you do not have that cash at hand. So let's think about the key insights from this presentation. They're right over there, I hope you can see them. That the issue is not that property has failed, is that property is structurally not appropriate for the type of fund that you are. And the regulator, the management, and your trustees understand this, and they're trying to correct it to make sure that longevity and sustainability of this scheme is preserved. So the issue is that the portfolio has become imbalanced, and we need to rebalance it. So the disposal strategy is therefore a risk management decision, not a distress decision. That is very key. They are not waiting for the problem to come. They have looked ahead, seen what the members need, and they have made the decision to make sure that they stay ahead of the problem. Next slide. So what is a strategic decision to rebalance the portfolio? That we need to improve diversification, diversify out of property, bring our allocation in property down. We need to enhance liquidity. That means once we sell, we put our money in more liquid assets. Improve income efficiency. We've seen the graph where income from property is low, but other alternative assets like bonds, income is very high. And to strengthen regulatory compliance, we need to bring down our portfolio from 83% to 30% and protect our long-term sustainability. Because you are a closed-ended fund, you need to ensure that the future pension payments are guaranteed for your members. Next slide. So we have a disposal process ongoing. And as members, these are your assets. You might want to know what safeguards are in place. And I'm here to break it down for you. Number one, we have independent professional valuation. Next slide, please. Yes, thank you. Independent professional valuation. So each asset is valued, and then there is a board-approved reserve price. And I'll take you through the reserve prices and what we have been able to achieve for the properties that we have successfully found successful bidders. And then a competitive tender process. What this means is that we are letting anybody come and give us their highest offer to realize the best prices for you members. So legal and transaction oversight. We have lawyers who are ensuring that we are within the guidelines, we are following the rules, and procurement experts to help guide us in this disposal process. Next slide. So let me give you an update. Telposta Towers, the crown jewel of this pension scheme, currently ongoing in terms of disposal to the Ministry of ICT. We expect and we hope that we will be able to close this very soon so that we can reduce that exposure considerably. Lot 1 properties. So we had advertised a few properties 1st December 2025, and you can see that we received 26 bids and 19 bids were successful. And just to break it down, on that table, you'll see the first column was the book value of those assets that we found successful bidders. Column 2, you will see the reserve prices the board set, which is higher than the book value because the book value is 483 million. The reserve prices were set at 582 million. And the successful bids that were achieved was 645 million, meaning that you gained 151 million. So this is what we plan to replicate. Wish us the best as we try and work through this very tumultuous property market to realize the highest gains for you members. Jogoo Road flats and GTI renovations are ongoing. These are properties, members, where you remember auctioneers had to go and evict these people. The houses were in a very, very bad state, and we had to repair them so that we can be able to sell them and realize the best gains for you. Next slide. So in terms of strengthening portfolio through reinvestment, the plan is after you dispose, you invest in liquid assets like government securities, high quality bonds, cash and money market, and to balance the portfolio so that we can improve returns. So what does this mean for you as a member? It means that property has served your scheme well, but now time has come to diversify out of property. The portfolio has become over-concentrated. The disposal strategy is strategic and not as distress-driven, and the value is being protected, and the reinvestment strengthens sustainability of this scheme. I'll close it there in the interest of time and welcome members to engage further on this. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Asante. Makofi kwa Bwana Christopher Menga, Fund Manager at Gen Africa Asset Managers. Thank you so much for your presentation and your overview. We appreciate you. The next speaker I want to invite on stage is Mr. Jeremiah Njeru, who is the Senior Manager, Zamara Actuaries and Consultants. Please, let's welcome him as he comes to deliver his presentation.
Good morning, Chairman Board of Trustees, the Board of Trustees, members of the Telposta Pension Scheme and the Provident Fund, and my fellow service providers. Once again, good morning. As you've heard, my name is Jeremiah Njeru. My name is Jeremiah Njeru. I'm here to represent Zamara Actuaries, who are the appointed actuaries to the scheme. I am joined today by my colleagues Agnes Binda and Sherry Nyaboke. You can wave to understand members that can see you. We are indeed glad to be invited by the board and also to be appointed the scheme actuaries. So the past speakers, especially the gentleman from the RBA, Mr. Kea, has really covered a lot of materials that are in my presentation. So you may allow me to skip some of it if it has been covered, including what has been covered by Mr. Dominic Ambara, the scheme finance manager. So first, we can just briefly who Zamara is. So Zamara is a financial services company. We celebrated our 30 years anniversary last year. So this year we are 31 years since establishment in Kenya. We offer a number of services, being the key one being actuarial services, which is what the scheme consumes. We also offer pension administration and insurance broking. But for the purposes of this meeting, what we are covering today is the actuarial valuation of actuarial services offered to the Telposta pension scheme and the Telposta Provident Fund. We are currently in 7 countries in Africa, including Kenya, and also in the UAE. So going straight to the actuarial valuation of the pension scheme, and beginning with the role of the actuary. So mainly there are some, if you look at the Retirement Benefit Act and the regulations, there are roles which can only be carried out by an actuary, some by a custodian, some by a fund manager, some by a lawyer. So the role of the actuary is like being a scheme doctor. we look at the financial health of the pension scheme. So the scheme has liabilities, and the liabilities are promises that have been made to members to pay your benefits for the rest of life. The scheme also has assets. So the question that we need to answer as actuaries, and now advise the Board of Trustees and advise the regulator is, does the scheme hold enough assets to be able to pay the pensions that it has promised you? That is a key question. If it doesn't have enough assets, what should be done? If it has more than enough assets, again, what should be done? So that is the key question we are trying to answer. We also do offer the trustees and many other pension schemes other advisory roles, for example, benefit computations. So for members who are young and they have gotten, for example, a job in the UK, you don't want to come back to Kenya, you are given that opportunity. You can ask the trustees to calculate what is the value of your benefit in the scheme. Then you are paid one amount, then you carry it to the UK. So that is an example of the other work that we do for pension schemes. Next, please. So the purpose of the actuarial valuation I've already mentioned, it's checking the financial health of the scheme. We also are tasked to look at the pension increases and advise the Board of Trustees based on the financial health. Can they afford to give better increases? Can they be able to give bonuses? So we will do calculation and advise them if you are to increase pensions beyond what you are currently getting, or if they were to give you a bonus, what is the impact on the assets of the scheme and the financial health? So when we are carrying out an actuarial valuation, we would need the information from the trustees to give us a membership of the scheme. And that information was presented by the scheme administrator, Mr. Peter Rotich. So they will give us information about your dates of birth, the current pensions you are earning. For deferred members, they will give us the deferred pension amount. We also need to know what benefits have been promised to you. Those are in the scheme rules and the regulations in Kenya. Then we also need to know the assets of the scheme, and this we read from the financial statement as presented by Dominic and also audited by your auditor. Finally, we make what we call actuarial methods and assumptions. And to you are telecom people should have seen your technicians. Sometimes I find them opening some trucks by the road signs, and you can see very many tiny wires, thousands of them. Some are black, blue, green, red, but they know which one to cut or which one which wires to connect and to test whether the telephone signs are working. So that is their core skills. So in actuarial methods and assumptions, that's where now my core skills are actually coming in setting, in trying to prepare now the actuarial valuations from the other ingredients that I've mentioned to you. For the benefits, I think this is important. Let's remind ourselves what benefits were promised to you. And this being member education, I think should pay more attention to this. So for the pension scheme being a defined benefit scheme, the promise is you work back then for KPTC or Telecom, and when you retired at the age of 55, you will be paying a pension calculated using that formula. 1/4 years multiplied by the months of service, multiplied by your basic salary for the last 12 months of service. That is the formula for calculating pension, and that is the promise that was given to you. The pension begins at 55 and is payable for the rest of life. You are also given an option on retirement to commute or to take a bit of the pension as a lump sum. So back then it was 1/4, over time it changed to 1/3. So you could, instead of taking the pension from that formula as it is, take a smaller portion of the pension as a lump sum, the balance then you take as a pension for the rest of life. And most of you choose that option, to take a small portion as a lump sum. Currently you are receiving a monthly pension for the rest of your life. And in the event of passing on to your maker, then if beneficiaries get the pension for 5 years. That is as per your scheme rules. With the consent of the sponsor, that is Telecom or KPTC back then, you could have retired early at the age of 50 and above. And the same formula is applied to calculate the pension. If an employee left service of the sponsor before age 50, then they were entitled to the pension payable from age 55. The entitlement to a pension is from age 55 if a member left employment before age 50. They were, however, given an option. They could take a bit of the defined pension, and they actually calculate what is the value of the defined pension. Then they can take a portion of the pension, and the balance is deferred until they attain age 55. However, again, if a deferred member attains age 50, they can request the trustees, I have attained the minimum retirement age, can you pay me my pension? Again, they actually comes in as per the scheme rules. Because the member is taking their pension earlier than age 55, they actually prepare a calculation to say, you are taking your benefits early, how do we adjust them to make sure then that the value of what you are taking early is the same as the value of what you would have taken at age 55. Pension increases as per the scheme rules from December 2007. You are promised 3% every year. And the members, you can be a witness, every July, you get the increments. For defined members, they get 4% per annum. The gentleman from RMBA, I don't think he covered that, but he can tell you that in the industry, very few pension schemes offer guaranteed increases. There are few that do, among one key one being yourselves. Others get ad hoc increases when the trustees and the sponsor feel they are able to. There's one pension scheme where there is an outcry. Over 12 years, they haven't gotten an increase. So when you go to member education sessions, member AGMs, there is a big outcry. So again, be thankful to the sponsor, the trustees, for the 3% you get every year. Membership was covered in great details by Peter, just to confirm that when we are doing the valuation, we include all the members of the scheme, including the ones who have not claimed their benefits, and we've seen adverts in the newspapers, or even you being encouraged to, if you find them, to ask them to claim their benefits. Assets were presented, the key one being the property assets. The level is too high, it needs to be reduced. Growth of assets, I would pay attention to the bottom line there, where we are showing, and remember we are presenting the valuation that was done in 2023. The next one is due June of this year. So for that valuation, if you look at the 3 years, 2021 to 2023, if you look at the rate of return on the asset portfolio, they were relatively low. Because when we are doing the actuarial valuation, we are assuming or projecting that in the long term, your asset will give a return of at least 10%. So when they have given a return in this period of an average of 5.3, then we will say, compared to the assumption the actuary is making and the reality, then the scheme is giving, the actual return on the assets is lower than what had been projected by the actuary. So if that trajectory continues, then what would happen? We define then the actual surplus currently in the scheme reduces. Or if the scheme is in a deficit, other things being equal, you'd expect the deficit to keep increasing. So chairman and the board, and the service providers, the fund managers, ourselves, it's really to see how we can help the scheme and its investment to give a better return than this. So the next actual valuation, as I mentioned, is due June of this year, and we will review and see what rate of investment returns have been earned, and therefore then what is the financial position of the scheme. I mentioned about the actual assumptions. So that's a summary of the assumptions we are making. And after now combining the rules and the regulations, what are the benefits promised, who are the members of the scheme, what are the assets, and what are the actuaries' projections or the assumptions, So the result of the valuation 3 years ago was that the scheme was in a healthy financial position. The assets held by the scheme were sufficient to cover the benefits promised to you. There was an excess of 1.7 billion of assets in June 2023. The funding level was 115%. The only question mark there is the liquidity. But financially, the trustees were doing well, the scheme was doing well. I mentioned part of the actual valuation is to look at the pension increases. You have the guaranteed level, but the trustees also ask us, given the financial position, do we have scope to provide higher increases? And we have covered that in details in our report. Peter presented these numbers in a different way, where he showed you the monthly pensions being earned and the number of members who are earning that amount. So what we are seeing from this graph is that a lot of members are earning below 20,000, and really the task for all of us, the service providers, the trustees, is to see once the scheme assets, the property portfolio has been reorganized, is there scope to uplift some of these members, and while doing so, be equitable. Again, when we are uplifting the person earning 5,000, we can also not forget the person earning 30,000. So there's a balancing act to be done by the trustees with our advice, and see whether now we can uplift members from the lower pensions to higher pensions. So in our actual valuation report, again, we prepared several scenarios of what increase can be given, and also suggested several forms of bonus that could be given. And in the May of year 2024, the trustees awarded you a bonus of 3 times your monthly salary, subject to a minimum of 20,000. So that is what we had presented in that graph. Finally, now, the other task we do for trustees is to help them manage the liquidity of the scheme. So in this graph, what we've done is we have projected many years into the future what are the expected benefits payments. Remember, you have to be paid for the rest of life, and after life for another 5 years to the beneficiaries. So these bars, the blue bars, represent the total annual monthly pensions to the members. The red ones is for the few defined members. When they attain age 50 and above, they come to the secretariat and they commute a bit of their portion in cash. Then the monthly becomes the blue bar. So these projections show that the scheme is expected to continue to pay a huge amount of money to yourselves. So the duty of the trustees, therefore, is, look, they are paying $1 billion plus every year. The assets were how much? 13 billion. But they have to pay for another almost 50 years. So they have to invest the 13 billion so that from those investments and the eating part of capital, they are able to do what? To pay the payment, to make the payments. So in many years to come, you have been eating the investment income and part of capital. Then slowly, gradually, the scheme assets will decline as the scheme membership also does what? Declines. So that is a projected picture of how the scheme will pan out many years into the future. So in summary, as of 30th June 2023, the scheme was in a healthy financial position with a disclosed surplus of 1.7 billion, a funding level of 115%. The elephant in the room is the property, which the trustees are addressing, and the fund manager has explained to you what measures they are taking and where we are at currently. So allow me to stop there, and we will have a session where we can respond to any questions that you have. Any difficult questions, my 2 colleagues will be happy to handle them. Thank you very much.
Asante sana Bwana Njeru. Thank you so much. He's the senior manager of actuaries and consultants together with his team. Thank you so much for the overview and your presentation. We are now almost coming to the tail end of our program. That marks the end of a section called asset holdings in the program. And now we're entering the wellness and retirement, and we've categorized it in 3 parts. One, which is physical, financial, social, and spiritual health, mental health, and lastly, estate management and succession planning. We have 2 speakers who will guide us through here, and then come to the question and answer section. May I now invite the Managing Director, Revenue Stream Limited, Ms. Patricia Kiwanuka, to come and do the presentation on matters physical, financial, social, and spiritual health, as well as mental health in retirement. Karibu sana. A round of applause as she comes to the stage. Karibu sana. I hope you're going to make us run, jump.
Want to jump? Habari ya wazee? Oh, I was told today it's Shikamoni. According to RBA, Shikamo. How are you doing? Have you taken water? Umekunywa maji? Wangapi wamekunywa maji? Ah, very good. At least naona Peter anakunywa saa hii. Alikuwa amesahau. Let's get started. Njoo rudisha kafi. We'll stand after a few minutes, don't worry. Okay, let's start. As this one comes up, look at your book. Mkona kitabu kama hii? Okay, I want you to look at mzee on page 18. Page 18. Julius, are we okay? Page 18. What is he doing before 19? Haijawekwa page, nakaa hivi. Umempata? Anafanya nini? What does he seem to be doing? Niache muongea kwa meza kidogo. What is he doing? Ati yako maternity? What? Ati? Just pick any table. Anybody. Pick any table for me. Random. Does he trustees?
Who? What's that?
Anafai, what is that man doing? He's taking a selfie. Eh. Macho yake yoni vizuri, eh? Let's get another table remote.
Who else?
Let's hear that one.
Anafuraha kidogo.
Kidogo tu.
Anafuraha. Kuonyesha hiki kama anaona kwa simu. Inamfurahisha.
Anaona kitu inamfurahisha kwa simu. Any lady? One lady. Any lady? Oh, you're so far. I'll come back to you. There's one, but she's far.
At the back?
Yeah, right at the back. Yes? Oh. Last comment, eh? Now I have my slides.
Okay. Naona anatazama simu, ana strain kuangalia hiyo simu yake na huyu imeenda. Na kidogo anatabasamu kidogo.
Does it look like he's talking to someone or he's reading something?
He's trying to read about his training.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Please take time with this booklet. There's a reason this booklet has been done for you. In that, all the information you've been given today, Mekwa, in here, in simple terms, right? Ameona pesa, it's getting better. Ameona pesa kwa simu. Okay, and what is this one doing? The one on the screen now. Is he happy? Is he annoyed? Does he look rich or poor? Or does he look average? He's handsome. Now, you are very interesting words for me today. And this one? A beautiful woman, happy, and in good spirits. Now, I want you to look at the person next to you. Look at them. If you look at them, see, they have experience. Okay. But now let's deal with the person next to you. Kwani mwanaume mwangalie tu kidogo. There are things in this room we take for granted. You have experience that I don't have. Is that true? With every day I'm alive, I get more experience. You have wisdom. And more importantly, you contributed to this country. You can see that. Everything in this book is saying that to you. It's saying we value you not only because of what you've done before, but even where you are today, you can contribute to us positively. Does that make sense? So if you don't look happy today, please see us after. We see how to make you a bit happy. Living well. When I say you're living well, it doesn't mean you don't have problems. True. If you just hapo tu vile mmekaa, si kila mtu akona kashida kamoja hivi. Ama kuna ule hana kabisa, no problems. Ati mingi, tusikuwa na shida mingi. Lakini, the presence of a problem does not mean you stop living well. You can see the things I'm talking about down here. You have to take care of your body. You have to take care of your mind. You have to interact with people. And the next thing is this, we'll talk about your person. Do you remember the last time you saw 100 shillings? Ama uko nayo? Life keeps changing. So appreciate the changes that are happening in your life. Today I don't speak too much on physical health. I'll speak very briefly about physical health. I want you to look at your neighbor and just look at, in fact on the table, nataka muongee kidogo. Look at these things and tell me what is happening to your body. Just have a conversation. You know, with all the people you're supposed to educate me more than I educate you, right? Kidogo tu. You're getting old. What is changing? Kwanza now I said, nini imechange? Nini hapo unaona imechange? There's a mzee the green hat. Huyu. Wewe. Nini hapo? Hata unaweza nipatia jina, Ameanza kuinama. Ni kweli? Nini ingine?
Pia hiyo kwanza.
Anakaa straight huyu. Lakini kuna mmoja ameinama. On this list of things, how many do you think you have going on in your body? Zote. Microphone. Kwa hizi vitu hapo ziko hapa. Hiyo strength, slower. Does it look familiar? If you look at your neighbor, it looks familiar. The changes will keep happening. But does that mean if you're slower, does that mean you can't come to the meeting? No, you brought yourself to the meeting. So it's important that you know that there are changes to your body that will happen anyway. Now, I want us to go onto my book page. I hope the others online have it. Page 22. Page 22, there's a checklist there. It says your body, caring for your body. You've seen it? It says care for the body that has carried you, right? Now I want you to look at the list and feel for your friend, the checklist in there. Angalia tu haraka tu. Where it starts with attends regular clinic. Wewe ukisoma tu, ujiulize, ujite mkutano kidogo. Ask yourself, do you do these things? It's not on the screen, it's on page 22. Yeah? You have it? Do you do those things, madam? Now, look at the list on the screen. Start asking yourself these questions. Do I attend my medicals regularly? Lord, would have heard about SHE, that fewer people have come back to SHE from this crowd. There's a problem. Why? Because we are aging, and this is when you're refusing to take insurance. Medical is not an option. Your body you must take care of. Second one, do you rest when you're tired? What I was saying, was very nice. What do you do when you're tired? Don't too much on ulala. True. I asked you to take water. Make sure you drink your water. The one on the top here is very important. Increasingly, people are not taking medicine as is prescribed. Unapata unaenda, unachukua supplement, wanaume unakunywa mwarobaine, unaenda unakunywa dawa ingine. Zikichanganya kwa mwili, inakuwa mixed green, then we have problems. You can see that problem? So take time to look at, someone commented, take time to take your medicine correctly. These diseases, and I will not cover them in detail, I just want you to look at that list. Ukiangalia tu around you, or among your friends, or among your church, these are diseases tunasikia kila wakati. Sindio? And these are diseases that are called lifestyle diseases. Some of them you can avoid by taking care of your body. So ukianza kusikia, and please, ukiona hapo, usidiagnose rafiki yako. Unajua pia tunafanyanga research. Ukisikia nani alipata diabetes, hata unaanza kusema hii diabetes inakaa aje. Then you start diagnosing yourself. Go to the doctor for your diagnosis. Are we okay? Kuna ile unataka niongeleshe? Arthritis. Let me talk about arthritis. My grandmother died when she was 96. And one of her problems was arthritis, but it was actually misdiagnosed initially. She was given all the wrong medicines for such a long time. Now it's later in life that we are noticing it's actually arthritis. She had been told she has gout. Can you see the difference? Na kwa sababu alikuwa someone else alikuwa ameambiwa kuna gout, hata yakakubali ni gout na ikakuwa hivyo. So check yourself, check what is happening with your body. Later in life, these things will happen anyway. But what you have to do is take care of yourself. Now you started seeing, I'm starting to bring the brain. When you hear someone has had a stroke because of stress, you hear people, brain is slowing down. There's a difference between memory slowing down versus some of the medical illnesses I'll talk about. How many here worry about falling? Kuanguka. You worry about falling? Si ni ukweli? Every time we bring you here, I always find one of you holding the side of pole pole akitembea. Why? Remember, as you get older, you also start to lose balance. But balance can be lost for many reasons. So don't assume, because so and so alianguka, that even me I have the same problem. But you can see those two guys. How many ways can you fall? If you look below there. The cartoons, there's one going up the stairs. Sindio? Kuna mwingine amepoteza bakora. There are many ways. So watch the space where you live. If your grandchildren are visiting, watch what they're leaving on the floor. My mother is 75. One of the things I've told her, my last born nephew is now 3 years. That boy, if he takes a toy, ataiweka chini. Whatever you do with it. So I keep telling her, now we have now agreed. You put your toys on this side so that Shosho can walk on this side. Because if she falls, we have a problem. So when you look at those things, there are many reasons that can be causing you fear of falling. Nimeongea mambo ya madawa, sita spend too much time. I want you to just talk to yourselves up and ask yourself, how many medicines? Have you seen women, as you get older, they carry a bag of medicines? Ama uko nayo, unaweza tuonesha? It is not bad, but unapata pale ndani, ile Panadol alinunua 10 years ago, bado iko hapo ndani. You look at the women around laughing, just look at them. The last time she cleared that bag fully, utapata elastopat ile alinunua kitambo, bado iko hapo ndani. Medicines expire. You have to be deliberate about, tell your doctor what medicines you're using, tell us which supplements you're using. I had an old man recently, I'm told he was taking, what do you call it? I won't say the name of them, a supplement. Do you know his supplements is what caused him to start developing high blood pressure at 80? He was taking what was working for his wife, akaanza kukunywa for him as well. So as you get older, dawa ya BBC, dawa ya tafuta yako. Umeona mnajua. Now I want to talk about the mind. Very quickly. Everything about how you feel, how you behave, how you relate to others is controlled by your brain. So page 24. Hizi vitu na uende nyumbani ujibu. Page 23, sorry. Let me give you some time. Just look at the page 23. There's a list there. Nakai checklist, page 23. Now look at that list and ask yourself, how many times do you find yourself forgetting? Na sio kila mtu. There are some people with very sharp memories even in very old age. And there are people like me who forget even at my age. You can take longer to recall information. It is okay. You can need more time. In fact, one of the things I love about work, especially men, they'll just tell you, hiyo nitafikiria baadaye. Si ndio? Unataka afanye kitu haraka, anakuambia hiyo nitafanya nini? Utafikiria baadaye. It's okay. You should not be in a decision to make in a hurry. Sleeping patterns. One of those men we saw was one of those 95-year-olds we visited. Aliniambia his first thing that changed ni kulala. He says now he sleeps earlier, but by 3 o'clock he's awake. So I was asking, now when you wake up at 3, what do you do? Unaanza kuwaza? Or do you start to read? So now he started reading his Bible at night. Because anasema, during the days when he's able to fall asleep. So start checking yourself. Everyone's patterns will be different and how you deal with them will be different. Loneliness happens in retirement. Why? You have left work. If you are working in Nairobi, maybe you're no longer working here, you've gone up country. It is possible to be lonely. Your friends are dying, right? Now, please, if you're those people who listen to just your radio, your death announcements, inakwanga. Ati ukiamka asubuhi kazi ya kwanza unaenda kwa Kameme. Please, I'm not saying it is wrong, but also what? If you listen to Kameme, also listen to the things that are entertaining. Don't count who is dying all the time. As you get older, remember we also have older people among us. It got to the point, there's a church in Kirinyaga, they asked all the wazers to be brought to church. Wajua walikuwa nasalimiana aje? Haya, hata wewe bado huko. The pastor had to change his preaching. Ati haya, you're there. Where else am I supposed to be? Haya, haukukufa, nani alikufa? We told them, no, we cannot spend the entire day discussing death. Let us discuss life. So similarly, things will change. Family members travel. Me, when I looked at that mzee, I actually thought he was talking to a child or someone. No, kama mzee we're looking at. Mimi nilifikiri alikuwa anapiga simu anaongea na grandchild au kitu kama hiyo. But you see, your stories are all different. Losses happen. It is important as you get older to remember that grief can happen. People die, family dies, a friend can die. It's okay. The process of grieving is what takes a long time. Chunga sana usianze kuwa na depression kwa sababu of grief. Why? See, death is a natural process. So it's important when people die, talk about it. Na ujipatie hiyo nafasi ya ku feel that loss and grieve it naturally. I'll talk about two other very topical areas. Caregiving. I've said my mom is how old? 75. She lives alone in Embu. Already she has said, hataki kutoka kwa nyumba yake akikuwa mimi. If she gets sick, hataki kutoka. We're already talking about it. So I asked her, if you don't want to leave, what is your plan? She said, you will find someone to take care of me. What has that already told me? I must also start planning for her old age, and I have to start planning for the house, what changes to make. Sindio? Have these conversations early. You have a choice. It is your choice whether you want to stay with your sister, your nephew, your daughter. You have a choice. But don't wait until the choice is taken from you. Sindio? She died to most of the time, what do we do? Wakati umekuwa very, very sick, ndio unaanza kusema nataka kukaa kwa nyumbani. Now you can see there's a challenge kidogo. So check the realities of life, the realities around you, and plan for your own independence. And like where are based, you see that word dignity. So we compare dignity in retirement. Who decides what is dignity? Siniwewe. You're the one who decides what dignified means for yourself. So you carry it correctly. I've mentioned depression. So look at this side where it's in red. Old people are getting depressed. We've started hearing of people in their 70s committing suicide. Si ni kweli? Unasikia mtu amekaa kwa nyumba peke yake amejiua. And you're over 75. Can you see how we're now causing a challenge? You have purpose in this world. If you see those things happening, this is for anyone even as young as me. If you're always sad, you have no energy. Ukiamka umechoka already. Sikuna watu unaonanga hivyo. Ameamka tu sayo, amekaa chini amechoka. There's a problem. The other one, worrying. If you're constantly worrying, what does worry mean? Umekaa hapa, lakini sasa hivi unafikiria mambo ya ng'ombe. Ama what else do you worry about? Atina nini ngine? Na utaiacha. Hauwezi ibeba, hautaenda nayo. So if you find yourself focusing on the things of kitambo, ujope kuna wale wengine, every conversation inaanza aje? When I say which word? When I was a headmaster. Unasikiza your story, next year you meet them. When I was a headmaster. Anaishi wapi? In the past. And then there are people who are always living in the future. Mtoto wangu atapata kazi. Mtoto wangu atapata. So kila wakati you're in trouble throughout. When do you enjoy today? So please check these things. These slides will be made available. Na hiyo a lot of the information pia nimeweka kwa booklets utaipata. Please keep your mind active. Depression happens because you stay idle.
All right, that's a good answer. Any other reason? Why do zebras have stripes? Identity? To differentiate it from other zebras. That's an interesting one. I'm tempted to come back to that, but let's hear a few more. Why do we think zebras have stripes? Are you aware that each zebra has a different stripe from the next one? So why do they have those stripes? So let me come back to you. You say it's to differentiate it from another zebra. So that what happens? Yes. He wants me to ask the rest of you. So let me give you the answer very quickly. Zebras, just like our fingerprints, are unique to each individual zebra. Now, the reason each zebra has a unique stripe on its back is for camouflage. Now, does that make sense? Is black and white camouflage? Camouflage is the color of a brownish lion kind of color. Yes, but does black and white make sure it can't be seen? No, it doesn't. So what is the purpose? All right. So let me try and explain why they have distinct stripes in the sense that they do. It is for camouflage, but not camouflage against the environment. It's for camouflage against their numbers, against your fellow zebras. Now, human beings, I was explaining camouflage, not the prey predator. So they camouflage so that they can hide in each other. Does that make sense? So let me try and explain it a little better. A zebra, so an interesting exercise was carried a few years ago. Someone was trying to study the behavior of individual zebras. So he sits down with a pen and a paper, he identifies zebra X and starts following it through. But the moment he looks at his paper and rises to look at the zebra, he can't identify which zebra he was looking at. So that he can be sure he's following the same zebra, they went and put a red mark on its back. Immediately they did that, the next time a lion came by, that was a zebra that was picked by the lion and killed. They thought it was a mistake or some kind of fluke, and they tried a second time. They marked another zebra with red, and again, when they were attacked by lions, the marked zebra is the one that was killed. Now, what did that explain? Before lions organize themselves to hunt, they identify a specific target. They organize themselves and they go for that specific target. It doesn't matter how many zebras pass in front of the lion, it focuses on which one? Just that one. Now, do you think with many stripes and many different zebras, it makes it easier for the lion? Of course it doesn't. But the moment you mark it, it becomes very, very easy. So it's camouflage within the herd that you hide within the herd. Now, human beings are also the same. We camouflage ourselves. If you came into the room a little earlier this morning, where do you think the first people who entered the room sat? He has said that's where he sat. Right in the middle of the room, not at the front, not at the back, right there. Human beings, we are the same. We hide within each other. Now, there is safety inside each other, especially safety when you find a community that accepts and lives with you and is ready to support you. The point of this training is it's not a bad thing. Camouflage within human beings is also a brilliant thing because it protects us from many things that are the periphery of our existence. I'm coming after an interesting presentation by my colleague Patricia that talked about health benefits. Let's now talk about estate benefits and succession planning. Let's. So, if you have something you want to give to your family members, if you have a parcel of land, if you have some money, this is the time to give them. And this is not advice just to the senior citizens in the room, it is to all of us, regardless of your age. Now, why or how is it that you can pass your wealth to other people? Number one, you can make a donation. Number two, you can do a nomination. Number three, you can do a will, or you can prepare a trust. And lastly, for the Muslim brothers in the room, your wealth is passed from one generation to another following Sharia laws. Now, what is the difference between nomination and wills and other things? In a pension scheme like Telposta Pension Scheme and Telposta Provident Fund, you don't get to leave the benefits to someone else. You get to nominate whoever should get in the event you're not there. So it doesn't form part of the estate of the deceased person. Can I repeat that? The money or the benefits you have in your scheme are not part of your estate. And therefore, you have to write the name of the person you wish they be left with when you're filling your nomination form. Have we all filled our nomination forms? Have we all filled our nomination forms? Okay? And please, you need to update it every time there are changes within your family setup. There's a joke within the industry that says, if you ask the men in the group, they always nominate their wife and children. If you ask the ladies in the group, who do you think they nominate? Their children and their sisters and other relatives from their side. Now, we don't know the reason for that. Maybe we will find out by the end of this session. Why is it that the husbands nominate their wives and then the women nominate their children and their sisters? All right. So it is very, very important that you fill in your nomination form and you nominate whoever it is you would like your benefits to go to in the event that you're not there to take out the benefits. Now, what would happen if you didn't leave anyone under your nomination? There are two possibilities. Number one, the trustees would be forced to sit down, exercise their discretion to identify who you should have nominated, and therefore then give them your benefit. But that is if you're very lucky. The second unlucky situation is that if you never nominated, then the benefits become unclaimed. Now, what happens to unclaimed benefits? they go to an institution called Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority. Now, we are familiar with that authority? Now, do we want our benefits, which we've worked for so hard for many years, to go to some authority? In fact, the legal word is issue. The benefits go to the state. The idea of unclaimed financial assets is to reconcile and reunite benefits with their owners. But in the long run, when no one claims from UFA, the benefits then remain property of the state. If you haven't done your nomination, kindly plan to do so, even as we leave this forum. That's one of the key messages out of this discussion. Now, we are used to, in this country, whenever a prominent person passes on, there are always fights. Sometimes the fights are about who to bury, which member of the family gets the right to bury. Sometimes the fights are about who inherits their property. Now, we've seen a number of fights, and by fights I mean legal fights, that have taken years and years on end to be concluded. I'll give you one example, maybe two, and show you how long they took in order to conclude. Now, in Kenyatta's government, there was a gentleman, a cabinet minister by the name of Mbiu Koinange. Are we familiar with that gentleman? When he died, he had multiple spouses. They started fighting on who amongst them should inherit his property. The case took 40 years to conclude. By that time, all the spouses had died, and more than half of his children had also died. By the time the court finally decided who should inherit his property. What's the moral of the story? I think it is written on one of your pages, page 23, I think. Start preparing and organizing yourself. Don't leave it to be determined by the courts or by someone else. Let's start organizing our family affairs. The second, more recent and interesting case is the case of one Gershom Kirima. It didn't take as long as the Mbiu Koinange one, but there's a different point that I want to bring out. When Kirima was unwell and in hospital, one of his spouses and their children went and made him sign a will. He was in a hospital bed in the UK. When they came back with the will, what do you think the other spouses and the other children said? What do you think they said? The finding of the court was that Gershom Kirima was too ill to know what he was doing, and therefore he had no capacity to sign a will. And therefore the will was invalid. It is invalid, it's null and void, it's not worth the paper it's written on. Now, you see, Kirima had refused to organize himself, and someone took an opportunity to organize for him very late in the day, under circumstances that invalidated the very act they were trying to secure. The point is this: as we live here, let's start asking ourselves, are there things we can do to order and plan our family life and family affairs? While it's ladies who write other people in their nomination, men were notorious for other things. My friend Christopher talked about parcels of land in Kitengela and Kajiado and Namanga and the others. Many of the buyers of those parcels are who? They are the men. Guess how many people they have told about those parcels? None. You go, you buy 10, 15, 20 acres deep in Namanga, you don't tell your family about it. When you pass, what happens to that 20 acres? It also passes. It goes back to the original seller. So organizing ourselves includes also informing those who should know that I have this and that, and when I pass, this is how it should devolve upon that family. Now, estate planning is geared at removing uncertainties. It's meant to remove or reduce any friction that comes when you meet your demise. Now, by avoiding that, you avoid many other things. You avoid cases in court, you avoid the spending money in these matters, amongst many other things. You reduce family conflict, you reduce disputes, and you ensure a smooth succession process happens within the family. Let's move to the next slide. Now, why is it important that you organize yourself? Because conflict within the family increases emotions, increases the distance between ourselves. You spend money which you shouldn't have spent. In that case of Mbiu Koinange, you can assume who benefited more from his estate than his family. Who do you think benefited? And you're free to decide whether that's the way you also want your life to go. There's another important case. A gentleman called, whose name was Wan Njenga Karume. You're familiar with Njenga Karume? Okay? Njenga Karume took a very bold step in ordering his family life. And this is especially important if you happen to have a big family. And by big here, I mean multiple spouses. He wrote a will, a very well-written will, and he seemed to know his children. And he made arrangements for them to get a certain amount of money every month from the estate, but not get access to the properties in the estate. Now, what is the essence of that? Your child wants to get, we know the building on Koinange Street called Sianda House. Sianda House belonged to Njenga Karume. When he passed on, the children wanted that property among many other properties. But the property was beyond their reach. The property was not available for them to be given. But they were told, when the rent is collected from the property, you will then be each given some amount of money that arises from the property. Why do you think the children would want the property rather than the rent that comes from the property? So that you can sell it. Now, what happens when you kill the duck that lays the golden egg? You stop having golden eggs. So you want to avoid a situation where the family property or the family jewel, which has been laying eggs, is then sold out and none of the other family members benefit from the same. Now, human beings, we usually think that we are very good with managing our money. Are the people in the room any exception? Are we different? No, all of us think we manage our money very well. But the truth of the matter is, when money is available to you, sometimes it constantly makes some noise in your head. It's telling you, please spend me. Find a way of spending me. Now, by being kept away from you and you get a certain amount of money every month, it secures you much better than if you were given all that cash as a lump sum at once. I don't know if any of you shares that same position. If you look at the village, you will find that the retired civil servant, the teacher, the armed forces guy who gets a monthly pension tends to live a stable, well-ordered life and long into their senior years, as opposed to someone who got all their money from a Provident fund at the same time. And therefore, it is particularly important that you take pride in the fact that you receive a certain amount every month. Please move to the next slide. So discuss these issues with your family. If you can, in fact, list all your properties. Now, some of us fear that if my people know what my properties are, they might just hasten my journey to my maker. It is true. You, okay? Okay? Okay. So you don't want to disclose to them because you want them to earn their own money. But that's not the problem. That's okay. That's okay. That's not the problem. The problem is what happens to these assets of yours which no one knows about if you're not there. That's the question perhaps we need to ask. I completely agree with the suggestion that all of us, young and old, should work for our money. I fully agree. And there's something about money, especially when it is inherited, that makes us complacent. Now, and I see the need in every parent to try and shield their children and families from complacency that comes by thinking that we have wealth. And you should exercise whatever it is that you require to do to make them work. But there's another way of looking at it. Is there someone else you would feel comfortable making that disclosure to?
Takes away all the people. A trustee is not a trusted one. If you leave the things to the trustee, you can run away with the whole thing.
Chairman, I hear they're saying you can run away with the whole pension scheme.
Any trustee.
Any trustee. Senior, he has not run away with your pension scheme. It's still here and it's still paying you. I will give you, I'll show you something later on, particularly if you belong to the school of thought that feels either you want to make the children work or you're not willing to make that disclosure at this point in time, that they may hasten that journey for you. I'll give you a structure that perhaps makes some sense. Let's move to the next slide. Now, in this country, anyone who dies without a will is said to have died intestate. In fact, the other way to put that statement is to say there are only two ways to die. Either you die tested or you die intestate. Tested is you've written a will that says how your affairs will be conducted. Intestate is you've not bothered with any of that. Let the chips fall where they do, as and when I am not there. Now, let's go to the next one. Again. Let me give you a quick story. A few weeks ago, there was an accident that happened. And in that vehicle, I think it was somewhere in Western, in that vehicle was a man, his wife, their children, and their children's children. Okay? Now, the accident happened and all the family members perished. If you were to find out who died first and who died last, what would be your presumption? Who died first and who died last? They were all in the same vehicle. Okay, is given it a shot. They probably all died at the same time. Why? Maybe the way to ask the question is different. Why is that an important question to ask? Because of succession. Why? Because who is assumed to have the property? Possibly the mzee and his wife. Who are they likely to leave it to? To their children. And who are their children likely to leave it to? To their children. Yes. So when they all die at the same time, how do you answer that question of who died first and who died last? The law has answered the question for you. The law assumes that the oldest person died first and the youngest person died last. So that from that youngest person, they are the ones now who leave that property to the next person. Does that make sense? All right? Because if you assumed they all died at the same time, then there is no one leaving the property to anyone else. So the law assumes the youngest died last, and the oldest died first. In a pension scheme, your benefits are given to your nominated beneficiary. And usually, that order is what would follow: your spouse and children. And if they are not there, then your parents and siblings in that order. Have we seen what we talked about, the ladies in the group usually? The ladies jump from spouse, they go straight to children. Or sometimes they jump to siblings. It's a common thing. It doesn't mean it happens to everyone. Now, next slide. Next slide. What about the law of succession? The law of succession in Kenya deals with all peoples who die without a will. And when someone passes on without writing a will, then the property devolves in the order that has been written there. Number one, it goes to the spouse and children. If there is no spouse and children, it goes to their father, although this has recently been changed by the court. The court was challenged to answer the question, why does Section 35 of the Law of Succession Act say father, and if the father is dead, mother? The question before the court, why doesn't it say parents? And so the court invalidated that section by saying it should refer to the parents. And then it goes to the siblings, and if no siblings, they are children. If they are not children, then the close relatives. Now, what if there are no close relatives? The property devolves to the state. Now, it's very uncommon in Africa to find someone who doesn't have anyone who wants to inherit, to the point that the property goes to the state. Let's move next. So I want to spend just a moment to talk about wills. A will is a simple document that expresses your wishes of how you'd like things to be done in the event of your demise. It's simple. You could even do it by yourself, except there are certain legal technicalities that you must qualify for the will to be valid. For the will to be valid, you must have at least 2 independent witnesses. And at the time when you wrote it, you must be adjudged to have been of sound mind. You're not sick, you're not intoxicated, and you're not under any coercion. No one is pushing you or forcing you to do it. Now, none of those witnesses can be a beneficiary. Your son cannot witness your will and still be a beneficiary. We can, of course, see what the law is trying to cure. From you being forced to write something that you don't want to write. And once you write a will, the will is taken to court when you're no longer there for the court to validate it. The court then pronounces itself upon the validity of the will by saying whether it is valid or not valid. I've given you an example of the Gershom Kirima matter. Another family member went to court and challenged that will because they thought their father was too sick to have been in a position to write a will. Another slide. There are 2 types of wills. You either have a written will or you have an oral will. Now, you can have an oral will, but an oral will is only valid for 90 days. For it to be effective, you must actually have died within those 90 days. Otherwise, it is not effective. The only other will that can subsist and continue long after us is a written will, which is properly witnessed by independent people who are not beneficiaries to the will. Now, people usually who are in war or in war-like situations are allowed to make oral wills. If you're out there fighting in Mogadishu, you might be allowed to make an oral will. I hear there are Kenyans who are in Russia on the battlefront. They will be allowed to make an oral will. And that oral will can be told by way of a statement by one of them who was on the ground that this is what I had X say about his wishes. But an oral will cannot contradict a written will. Now, once someone passes on, yes, sir. Yes, please. Then it's not valid if it's not signed. You must sign. If it is not signed, it's not a will. Yeah. The will has to be signed in a way that shows that whatever is written there, you had the intention of giving it legal meaning. If it is not signed, regardless of who has a copy, it is not valid. Let's move. So the court rules out a number of things. Number one is, did you have capacity? Were you forced? Is there a mistake? Or was it fraudulent or coerced? So that's the work of the court, to rule out any of those things.
What about if the court gives unlimited? Unlimited authority.
Okay?
Unlimited authority.
So if I hear the question, can the court nullify a part of the will and leave another part? Is that the question?
Yes. It's limited.
Okay. Usually, wills would be void as in their entirety. Not a part of them would be held to be valid and another part held to be invalid. But I'll come to the question of a limited grant and a full grant. Now, when I've passed on and my family goes to court seeking letters of administration or a grant, in the beginning, the court will give what is called a partial grant. It will allow them to access just a little bit of the property, particularly money, so that the normal day-to-day activities can continue. So that's what a partial grant or a limited grant is for. So you need some money to pay rent, you need some money to pay school fees, you need some money for medical and upkeep. The court will give you access to just a small amount that you've discussed with the court and agreed that this is enough to continue taking care of me as we process the full grant. When the court finally gives you the full grant, then whoever it now recognizes as the administrator now has all the rights and access to all the monies that the deceased person has left behind. I don't know if I've answered your question. All right, thank you. Next slide. Allow me to just spend a minute to say something interesting about tenancies. Just move again to another slide. There are two types or two ways in which you can hold a parcel of land. You can hold it as a joint tenancy, or you can hold it as a tenant in common. So either a joint tenancy or a tenant in common. What's the difference? In one of them, you own the property together, but in divisible parts. In tenants in common, you own the property, but you own it in divisible parts. If in joint tenancy, you own the property, the two of you, together as a whole. Now, what is the difference, or what happens when we hold property jointly or as a joint tenancy? Move to the next slide. When you hold the property, Mr. and Mrs. Kamau hold the property as joint tenancies. If Mr. Kamau passes, who does the property belong to? It wholly belongs to Mrs. Kamau, at least for a life interest. Move to the next slide. And that is why we talked about ascertaining if in an accident you have 3 generations that have passed on, who then died first and who died last, because of a principle called survivorship. In tenants in common, where chairman and I hold the property, but we hold it as a company, and in that company, he owns 50% and I own 50%. Should I pass on, what happens to that parcel of land? Should it devolve 100% to chairman? So if I pass on, if I've written a will, that property of mine devolves 50% to my estate, the remaining 50% remains with him. That's the difference in how you hold property. In other words, as you register property, make sure that the property is registered in the way you want it to devolve upon your demise. Let's move on. Let's move on again. So I am encouraging you. We can always decide to write wills, and I think there's not a better time to write wills than today. A number of reasons are given why we've not written wills. Among them usually is that I have nothing to leave. You don't need to be very wealthy for you to do a will. Whatever you have is enough to give directions of how you want it to be managed. One of the longest running barrio cases in Kenya, and because you're seniors in the room, you will be familiar with it, is the case of a gentleman, a senior lawyer called SM Otieno. It took about 2 years to conclude. The matter started from the High Court all the way to the Court of Appeal, which was the highest court at the time. In all this time, where was the body? In the morgue, waiting for a decision whether the body would be buried in Upper Matasia or with the Umira Kagere clan in Nyalgunga. So sometimes it's not about what we have. And by the way, the law says there is no property in a dead body. So what were the people fighting for? There is no property in a dead body. So what were they fighting for? In Africa, it is assumed whoever buries gets to inherit. As I come to the conclusion, let's move to the next slide. Again, another one. Another one. As I come to the conclusion of my presentation, I will talk about an instrument that can be used to make your life easier, particularly for my senior friend who said he doesn't want to disclose his property. What option is there? You can actually do a trust. And allow me to explain, and then you can make that decision. Move to the next slide first. I respond to that. Again, another one. Again, another one. All right. Let me invite your attention to this particular diagram. So a trust is a legal instrument that has been created there in the middle. The person who has created the trust is called asset law, and that is you. Now, are you allowed to create a trust and also be a trustee? Are you allowed? The answer is yes. Am I answering your question, Senior? I believe you can't be dishonest to yourself. So you can create the trust and be a trustee. Okay, this is what I'm saying. You create a trust and you yourself are the trustee. So there's no way you can refuse to give yourself and you're the trustee. You're the one who is making the decisions. Let me continue with this diagram. Allow me to continue with this. It will become clearer. So the person who creates a trust is called asset law. The person who makes decisions in a trust is called a trustee. And nothing stops you from being a trustee in your own trust. Now, the people that you want to benefit from this property, if you're not there, they are called beneficiaries. And then you have assets inside or sitting inside the trust. Now, there's something called a living trust, and there's another one called a testamentary trust. A living trust is created that I am the trustee for as long as I am alive. I am the one who makes the decisions. The day I pass on, then the property now, the trusteeship moves to my spouse and children. Does that take care of some of the concerns we had? Okay? That's a living trust. Sorry, that is a testamentary trust. It changes the moment you pass on. Yes. But it's not changing to other people outside of the people you want to benefit. You're the one who are selected who becomes trustees when you're not there. I hope that begins to show you that even when you're afraid that these people may take away your wealth or may not allow you to do or make the decisions you want to make, it is still possible to set up a trust in such a way that you're the one who is making those decisions. Now, is it a good thing to create a trust and only put yourself as a trustee? If you spoke to a lawyer, they would probably advise you that it's probably best to have someone else in there as together with you. Now, you can still draft it in such a way that you have a veto power. You're the final decision maker in the decisions of the trust. So, if today you were to sit down with me and we write a trust, we would put it in there today. So not when you die. We write a document called a trust and we register it. And it says, I am the final decision maker. I'm a trustee together with A and B. Sorry? You write that trust today before you die. So you nominate whoever else you feel can become a trustee when you're not there. But because you're still alive, you center all the power on yourself. But you also say that if I am not there, then these are the people who will make decisions in regard to the trust.
I have a question. What about if I have or the money there the money you have during my lifetime? If I have given them their shares during my lifetime, no. Tell me what happens if you put money on your phone and the process something happens. I can keep them when I'm alive. Either 100 or 100,000.
Allow me to respond to the questions. I'm just winding up. Allow me to respond to the questions when we come to that point. All right. Let's move to the next slide. The point is this. We said we should order our lives at this point when we are still in good shape and we can make decisions for ourselves. And I've shown you there are different instruments you can use to organize yourself. The last one, the last two perhaps, are the most significant. They are wills and they are trusts. But I also gave another one earlier on that you can bequeath your children of your property the way you wish. And by doing so, you would probably reduce any wrangles between your family members. And the trust here allows you to move your property to a legal vehicle, but you also sit there and make the decisions. Maybe one other thing I need to mention as we come to the close is when you have set up the scheme, you're sitting as the trustee or one of the trustees, nothing stops you from also being a beneficiary to that trustee. In other words, if I have Sianda House and I have put Sianda House in the trust, I, as the trustee, will be making decisions on Sianda House. When the rent is collected, when my children or my spouse are getting, guess who also gets? I also get whatever comes out.
What I'm asking, if I leave this one, all that I do, I'll just leave it behind. So I should be ready to divide it to my children because they are my blood.
So, if I may help our speaker today, I know many concerns and questions. Can we have these concerns that you have in the Q&A session so that he can come to a close of the presentation, and then we'll give you an opportunity to ask as many questions as possible. Asante. Thank you.
All right? So this is my second last slide, and it says one thing. In the Njenga Karume case, it took place between 2015 and 2020. The court said it found some of the trustees had not acted properly and removed them. It found the majority of the trustees had acted within their power and retained them. And it held that the trust was valid and it will continue working the way Njenga Karume had set it up to work. In other words, the children are not going to receive property, but they will get the proceeds from the property. Let's move to the next slide. This is my last slide, and it's what the judge in the Mbiu Koinange case said. Now, this case started in 1981. It ended in 2022. The judge, Justice Agri Muchelule, said the following. One wishes that all Kenyans can get into the habit of planning their lives, and especially thinking about what will happen to their families and properties upon their death. It is not too much to ask that the planning be by way of writing wills. I hope the discussion has been useful. It is about ordering our lives. Thank you very much. Asante.
Asante sana. Makofi to Mr. Calvin Nyatoti. Asante sana, the managing partner, Actuarial Consultants. Tunasema asante sana. Najua maswali bado yako mengi. Class is now in session, but I want you to be mindful. I know the questions are many. We want to hear as much as possible, and then the speakers who were here before will respond. I know the matters on, of course, the chairman's speech, administrator's speech, RBA, the regulator. We also had the issues to do with asset holding and properties, and then finally wealth management. All right? Nitamwomba bwana. Oh yeah, and well-being. All right, matters, state of mental health, and of course succession we've just had. Right. I just want you to be mindful that lunch will go cold if we take more than 40, 50 minutes. All right, but we're willing to listen to as many questions as possible. I'd like to invite our CEO to guide us through this session. I know the questions will be many. He'll pick out those who have questions. Please frame them according to the topics we've discussed. If it is matters bookkeeping and what have you, of course, mweka hazina wetu Bwana Dominic will be here. Matters retirement benefits, so that we know who to respond to the questions. Thank you. Asante.
Thank you, all the speakers. We will take time to respond to your questions. This is your day. As usual, we want to take the first 10 questions. We have the microphones with us. Do we have the microphones, please? Thank you. Thank you. We will hand you over the microphone. Give us your PF number and kindly ask your question. May I request the members who are seated here, let's respect the persons asking the question. Please, let's respect them. It's your day, members. Ask as many. We'll take the first 10 questions. We'll respond to those first 10 questions. After that, we'll take the next 10 questions. Mpaka mutatuambia nini? Imetosha, si ni kweli? This is your day. Please respect the person. And when you're given a microphone, also just ask 1 or 2 questions. Give the other members a chance to address this gathering. Are we clear on that? Thank you. NATO, how many microphones do we have?
There are 4.
There are 4. Yes, thank you so much. Let's start with the first, but remember your PF and name, and thereafter your question. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I consider everyone on the board as a trustee. Hi, members. Good to see you again as we start with the beginning of this year, because last time we met here again. But it's good for us to meet because we are alive and we are healthy. Now, Mr. Lotish, this question goes to you. How many times do you have to attend this meeting in a year? How many times do you have to attend this meeting of educating people or having annual meeting? Then the other one is you have sold a lot of properties, especially the supply branch in the industrial area and the workshop and the construction place where we used to construct where we used to have legal construction. Then the workshop has also been sold. Then the Lunga also been sold, and many others. And the current site where you used to have a radio station, all those things have been sold. But what is the benefit that we have got, and how much was it brought to the kitty of our members, and what benefited our members, and what benefited the pension? Because there's not here in the house that so many properties have been sold, but now you're going to the other selling the house, which is already the biggest of all, while we have not been told those are the properties. What do they bring in? Because in the reality, as we look at the whole idea, this money that we're being told that is coming from the properties, actually we are being deducted our salaries. And that salary was supposed to be put in a kitty of either RBA or any other place. So we are still not actually understanding why we should be told property are being sold, while we know this money was being deducted from our payslip. And I don't see whether the other company, because we have read about other company, in the work that how the money is kept. But we wonder why this one of the telecom accounts that now we have to go selling properties so that we can pay our people. It is ridiculous saying that you have to sell this property while we were being deducted liquid cash a bit into your bank. Then those things, if all those things have been sold, what was bought? And what did they bring to the kitty? Are we together, gentlemen? Is it the question has been asking, because we've been asking this when we go to have the meeting with other people, we normally ask that. What normally happens? Okay. I can finish that because it can be taken in my parcel. No problem. Let's go to someone else. Oh, sorry, I never met. I apologize for that, me doing that. My PA is 29233. Okay. Kani.
Hello.
Or can I lather?
Hello. My name is Jonathan Omkala, PF 24079. My question is on shifts. The other arrangement, we were able to be paying monthly. But this one, we are told to pay lump sum. Is there a way that our sponsor can help us be paying on monthly basis? Because sometimes paying lump sum is cumbersome. That's my question. Otherwise, I congratulate the arrangement. The presentation has been very satisfactory. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Joshua Mbago, 73530. To our beloved chairman, 2024-2025, our property portfolio was 82%. In December last year, you advertised these properties for sale, and according to the report in this our booklet, 19 bidders were successful. But when you look at, again, in this kind of a booklet, you find that the property portfolio has gone up to 83%. What has happened? Are we selling and buying or what? When you look at this, that is number 2. When you look at this, our booklet which you have provided us with, it has given us a proper breakdown on how many we are. Because what has been going on almost every year, we are 7,000, you are 7,000, you are 7,000. Today, when you look at this breakdown, numbers doesn't lie, Mr. Chairman. If you take the members receiving pension, deferred members, and Provident Fund members, we are only 5,770. Is this the correct number of people under the Telposta pension scheme, or we are 7,000? Last one. This is a request, Mr. Chairman. For this question of bonus to go and get an end somewhere, can you allow this bonus issue to be enshrined in our trust duty so that we don't request? We know we are entitled for it and it will be coming yearly or after every 3 years, because there's so much discussion about this. Kindly put it somewhere so that it becomes a law. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name's George Mungao Okonji. George Mungao Okonji, PF number 22061. I have a request. Request ni kwamba tunasahau Kiswahili as our second language or whatever, whichever, first or First language English, second language Kiswahili. Next time you bring this education program, make sure that mkutuletee wakalimani wa Kiswahili. That's point number one. Point number two. Chairman, tunakuuliza, mlipoketi na watu wenu, meaning the board of trustees, muka come up with the idea ya kutuletea hii mafunzo. You did not communicate effectively. Mimi nachanganya yote mbili. Because last year we had 2 AGMs. Now according to me, when I received the message ya kusema we are going to have an AGM in December, nilisema maybe wamekosea. This is maybe going to be a special general meeting, because mimi nimekuwa kwa cooperative society for over 20 years. When there is a need for something to be said, you call for a special general meeting. That's what I thought the December meeting ilikuwa special general meeting. Na mkaita AGM, annual general meeting. We had an AGM in May, if I'm not wrong. I beg to be corrected. Sasa tulikuwa na AGM mbili last year. Haya, this year tena ndio hii tumekuwa na mkutano saa hizi. Hii mkutano mnasema ni ya mafunzo. Congratulations to the board of whatever. Na Bwana Rotich, mnafanya kazi nzuri na wafanyikazi wenu. Mmetufundisha. Na sasa nauliza, tutakuwa na ingine May ama June again, of which tutaita AGM. Hiyo ndio itakuwa annual general meeting, na hii ndio ya mafunzo. Kama itakuwa hivyo ni sawa, na kama it is economically viable to the organization, and let it be. Lakini mimi sioni, because what we are doing, we are duplicating ourselves. Kama last year mimi nilijiuliza, ile mkutano tulikuwa nayo May, alafu sasa tukawa nayo December. See, at December you just told us what you had told us in May. Na tena hii maybe ile mtatuita May, mtatuambia mambo, we shall just be repeating ourselves. Is it economically viable? Mambo ingine nyingi tunaweka kando. Sasa ya mwisho, Bwana Chairman na Bwana Rotich, hebu tuambie the exact position of the sale of Telposta Towers. The exact position as at now, because there is a lot of controversy of which mimi siwezi sema hapa, yale mimi najua ni mengi kwa hiyo sale. Be very open and tell us, is the government taking it or George Mungao Okonji is going to take it? Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mjala Chola, PF 18559. I used to work in the salaries, and I used to pay most of you people. Now, my very humble request to the people who are manning our pension scheme is about this deed trust. Deed trust was kept as a secret to us as pensioners. It was just like postal code. And when we had some access to it, we saw a lot of misinterpretations and a lot of things which are not maybe in line with what we wanted. So I just want to request, very humble request, that when they are revising it, we should participate. Public participation is very important because it is affecting our lives. This did I managed to get one by some, and I think maybe the authorities are not happy that we managed to get a copy of it. They have kept it a secret to us. So this is not very fair for us because we are the users. So my very humble request is that they should, the time when they are revising it, we should participate and put our inputs, what we require in the pension scheme. Then secondly, my very humble request is this. Some of us at old age, maybe the food we are given here is not in accordance to our what we should what we normally eat at home. So it is important that whatever money they are using here, instead of using money to pay chicken here, they should convert it to vouchers, and then they give us the money. That's my very humble request. Because they are saying it does not feature in the deed plan. Now even this lunch does not also feature here. So to me, I think they should just exchange to money. We get money, then we go and take our lunch. Whatever is remaining small, I go and buy sugar for my family. I think that would be better. That would sound better. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say. And lastly, I would kindly request those people who are above 80, if they can stand, and we appreciate them, including myself. Anybody who's above 80, above 80, above 80, 80 years old, including myself. Yeah, we appreciate them. Very important. Thank you very much. Yeah. God bless everybody. Yeah, thank you.
Asante sana kwa kupata hii nafasi ya kuongea. My PF number is 61747. May I repeat it? My PF number is 61474. Okay. Niko na swali moja tu, nisamee niulize. Majina naitwa Mrs. Rachel Baranya. Okay, I continue. Sasa nauliza ofisi wale walikuwa huko. Wakati tulienda, ukweli, mlitupea pesa kidogo sana. Na increment mlisema Easter. Yani unakumbuka 1 year to 20 years, here between umepata 2,000 or 3,000. Surely, is it what? Nyinyi maofisi wale tumewaandika, you are doing work for us, mumejiongeza. By then, for example, you were 10. Now you are 3 times, you are that. Whereby, wale unafanyia kazi, wale waliweka pesa hapo, wanangoja, they only gain it to 2,000. I'm very sorry. Mimi nawauliza, can you wait? One, hao watu tu, miaka imeenda, tumeenda sasa kwenda. Why can't you give us a good percentage? Hata 50% will appreciate. Kwa hivyo naomba mtuongeze tafadhali, tukule maisha kabla tutakufa. Thank you so much.
My name is Johnson Joroge. I think 2 of my questions have been raised, but still I would like to emphasize hiyo ya mama ya nyuma is very important. Hawa sisi retirees ya aging let me start with my PF. My PF number is 61102, Johnson Joroge. I want to address most of my questions to our chair, trustees. We have given you all the powers We are aging, Bwana Chairman. Now, we have a lot of money, according to the report we have now for the last 2 years. Hawa watu wanapata 3% increment kwa mwaka. Now we are over 60. 3% na polisi ni vijana wanapata kwa serikali over 50%, 35%. We want you, Chairman, and our trustee, murudi kwa drawing board. Wacha wazee wapate at least ile kidogo 30% to 50%. Please, increment. Ndio akiwa alikuwa anapata giri 1 na 500 mpaka giri 5, aende giri 7 mpaka giri 10 the least. Manake siku hizi hakuna kitu unaweza kununua kwa mwezi na giri 1 mpaka 5. Na ya pili, serikali, I googled right now, our government found it necessary to increase their retired officers from 150 shillings, which was the money for our chiefs, to 5,206. This is when they did it. The least that is paid to the trustee of the government is 5,000. Kutoka 150. 3, bonuses is our right. That is right. I'm asking you, Bwana Chairman, and this should be taken seriously because what we did last time was never hazard. It was never put into a hazard. What I have seen here, I don't want to repeat. I respect you, Chairman. I respect your CEO and our trustee. Here we are only coming to give what we know should be done. And hasi hatuweki pesa nyingi ambayo hatuwezi. Hii property ya 12 billion na asset ni pesa nyingi sana. How are retirees? None of us is going to take more than 20 years before we die. Na hatutaki kufa tuache pesa yetu. It is our money. Hizi manyumba ya jogoo. Nimeona mumeuza maplot. Na hiyo haukuweka kwa hapa. Kwa Walia ameuziwa plot. Anataka kujenga petrol station. Na nilikuja huko kwa sababu niko na nyumba moja. Ninunulia maisani. Wakati nilichaguliwa MCA, bilioni 7 ile tunapata 2014 ninunulia maisani nyumba moja. Alafu nikakuja mkutano na nikaona vijana wako hawana heshima. Ananiuliza, wewe mzee uko na nyumba hapa? Na mimi nilitalii, huyu ni mwajiriwa wetu, hiyo bwana Rotich itakuja kukuambia ofisi. Tuheshimu hawa walitalii tafadhali. Akija ofisi, chai patia yeye, nimeona mko na ofisi. Patia hawa chai. Patia hawa, akiandika barua, acha barua yake iwe typed in that office. We are the source. We are the owners of those property. Ya ile, tafadhali, na ndio naona mimi naenda haraka. Kama kuna kitu tunataka, sisi hatutaki kuvinyana na watu kwa bank. Hii pesa ni yetu. Hata unipe tarehe 3 ni yangu, lazima utanipa. Hata unipe tarehe 8 ni yangu, utanipa. Wacha mwezi yetu iwe katikati kama 19 to 22. Wale wengine wakipata wakute sisi tumefanya shopping. I'm telling you, these are all the people. Hatutaki kuvinyana na watu kwa maduka. Trustees, mnapata pesa nyingi per DM 18,000. Unaona kwa report. Hiyo 18,000 tunakubalia nyinyi, manake sisi tumemchagua. Feel the same for the retirees. Retirees wako na shida. Ukiangalia wengine hata uwezi kusema walikuwa wanafanya kazi. Hawa, hiyo kitu nimesema, tafadhali, you are the power na chairman wetu ambaye ako kwa government. Na tukiongea hii, tafadhali bwana chairman, ujue sisi hatuna time ya kuongea mara nyingi. And I want to introduce myself. Hiyo suti mnaniona naye ni Mungu alinisaidia. Si ati hii pesa tunapata hapa. Wakati niliretire nikiwa kijana. I was retired because of politics. Na Mungu akanisaidia na mimi nikaingia politics. Nikasimama hapa Makandara. Nikapigwa dafurau na MP Mugeke kwa sababu hiyo kiti nataka pesa. Nikapata kura 4,400, naye akapata 4,600, akanishinda na DP. Alafu nikaenda kwetu, nikasimama kansula, same. Hii manake hii ilikuwa nomination, nikapata kansula. Civic, alafu nikakuwa chairman wa county, sasa nikakuwa mkubwa na bendera. Tafadhali Bwana Rotich, tumekupatia hiyo kiti ni kubwa, na nyinyi mnaonekana wasafi. Nitaliza akija ofisi hata kama si kama mfanyikazi. Bahati ya Mungu wakanichagua mara nyingine. Bahati ya Mungu akanichagua mara ya 3 ya MCA 2013 to 2017. Tafadhali ya mwisho, na ni muhimu sana, kuna pesa tugeuliza dividend hii pesa 8 billion ambaye mlipatiwa na serikali na ikaenda kwa CID, kutoka kwa CID ikarudi. Hatutaki kesi sisi ifanywe. Wacha hiyo 8 billion, manake it was our money. It is our money. Toeni tugawanye kila, hata kama ni 4 million each, manake inatosha. Tafadhali.
Thank you. My PF number. Hello. My PF number is 27822. I have 3 issues. The first one, when I look at the investment picture, 83% is made up of, I think, fixed assets. And you have been selling some of these properties. I would like to know the effect of the sales that we have made on the other 17%, the other categories which make 17%. Has it improved? I mean, like, what was it like the last 2 years, the previous 2 years? Then number 2 is when you are deciding about the sale of properties, especially these various residential areas, have you ever considered to give opportunities to the members here, those who can manage or their own children? And then number 3, I imagine finance is my profession. And while I was in KPTC, I think, or Telcom, I remember participating in some of these salary reviews and the rest. And the basis was always the cost of living. Now, if you look at the current situation in Kenya, if you are to consider these pensions that you pay to the members, vis-a-vis the cost of living at the moment, do you think it's helpful? And what can be done? Because there should be a way of trying to assess and see how you can improve the pensions to be able to make them a bit relevant in terms of how they can manage their own cost of living. Thank you, Bwana Chairman.
Thank you. 2 final questions. Oh, sorry, your name, ma'am? Your name?
My name is Maria Goretti Wanyonyi.
Maria Goretti. So 2 for now, just 2 more. One at the far end and 1 here, and then we'll come back and do the other set.
Good afternoon. My name is Benson Waweru Washira. My PF is 27158. My first question is to the building section. Is where Talenta Stadium built our land or the government's? And again, how many portions of land has the government taken from us? And what is the chairman doing about it? And then after looking after the bill of the lawyers on the cases that we have, can they be broken down? And can we know who has taken our land and we have taken him to court. Is it possible for us members to know the details? And then the third one, I visited our offices up here. I don't know if most of you have gone there. When I looked at the buildings down there, where mostly the exchanges were, they were so neglected. This is a prime area. How can you neglect a building in the city center? A building that brings a lot of money. How can it be neglected? It appears unpainted. It looks, nothing is happening there. Is there any possibility that members can be articulated, especially in selling of land, to know who will buy, how they are buying, how much they are buying? Because land is a very emotive issue. And if not handled properly, we know what corruption is in Kenya, and we don't want us to go there. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Odero Janga, PF2W847, Chairman and the CEO of Telposta Pension Scheme. Let me take this opportunity. For the first time, you have given us a booklet. I hope in future, even during AGM, you should be, instead of giving us so many papers, put them in a booklet. Because of at our age, some of us have got grandchildren who would like to know why Babu is earning pension. But if it is a booklet, it will be more of a reference to them. Now, the other question goes to the Retirement Benefit Authority. You are given mandate by Act of Parliament in, that was 1997, then you took charge of your duties 25 years ago. Recently, fellow pensioners, you might have seen that Kenya in Africa ranks as the place where pensioners are really suffering. I don't know whether you saw that in the newspaper. That means even Tanzania and Uganda are doing better than us. That's why I want to address the Retirement Benefit Authority. There's one thing which I know happens to Kenya so much. You copy too much about Britain when it comes to the way you work and the Commonwealth. I want you to now to be benchmarking with South Korea and Singapore and Malaysia, and then you localize the way you deal with pension. Why do I say this? Our rate of inflation as compared to the other African countries, you realize is very high. At the time when we retired, a bread was costing how much? Very little. I think now it is nearly 3 times. 4 times. And then you increase by 3% annual growth in pension. I know the actuarials and the people who do the management of funds. There's one thing you should realize. The number of pensioners are getting lower and lower. But their pension is also not increasing at the rate at which most of us are getting away. So RBA, I want you to consider this thing. In other retirement benefit authorities of other nations, if I die now, my spouse can only take my pension for only how many years? 5. In other countries, it is not like that. You know why I'm saying this? Because let's say all of us live up to the age of 90, every one of us. Will you take care of us? And then if you will take care of us, that means if I die, my spouse should be getting that money as if I was going to live for 90 years. That's the whole idea about pension. You know, when you will be doing that, you will be reducing so much of the population not to get into poverty line. But when now I die and my spouse cannot live the way I'm living with my pension, you have reduced another person into poverty line. I don't know whether you guys understand that. So the Retirement Benefit Authority, I think you are more doing more of office work than doing research on how benefit authorities of retirement should be done in the world, and especially in Kenya. Because we cannot be doing things the same way. We must allow ourselves to think outside the box and our investment funders. Because of inflation and the purchase of power, your actuarial science should change. Not in the old British way, but in the local Kenyan way, so that pensioners don't die poor when they are supposed to be earning their monthly properly. Otherwise, thank you very much. And before I finish, I hope you are spending too much money to the lawyers. Why don't you have got a legal officer, even if they are two, so that they earn and they represent our cases, instead of giving too much money to the lawyers. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please, let's allow Chair, CEO, together with the other respondents also to come on stage. And then we'll get the other set of questions if there'll be more. Asante.
Amjambo tena. Lunch ni muhimu sio? Lakini maswali na majibu ni muhimu pia sio? Asante sana. Nizungumze Kiswahili ama nizungumze yote? We're being overtaxed. Okay. Kwanza kabisa wacha niseme kwamba wakati nilipo wazungumzia tukiwa hapa kwa jengo hili, na wakati huo kulikuwa wakati wa COVID, nakumbuka sio? Nilisema annual general meeting, na najibu swali kutoka kwa Bwana Kanyi, wanamesema how many times do we have to attend this meeting? I want to speak in general so that we clarify. Annual general meeting ya kampuni yote ni ngapi kwa mwaka? How sio? One. In addition ni special. Inaitwa nini? General meeting. Wakati nilifika hapa, nilipata kwamba AGM iko wapi? Inafanywa hapa Kisumu, Kakamega, Eldoret, Nakuru, Mombasa. Nikauliza sasa hiyo ni AGM ama ni nini? Nikaambiwa moja ni AGM, nikaambiwa hiyo ndio tradition, and RBA allowed us so that we reach where the members are. I then told you we will have one, and that is it. And we will not have any other meeting. Tukafanya test, tukawazungumzia. Watu wa Kisumu wakasema you must come. Watu wa Eldoret wakasema you must come. Wanakuru wakasema, wa Mombasa, are they members? Are they your colleagues? But we want to have one. So I came to the meeting, I told you, I still told you, we will have one annual general meeting, and in accordance with the regulation. The regulation says at the end of the financial year, 6 months after that financial year, you must hold your AGM. End of financial year is 6 months after June? Yeah? Sasa tulifanya hatukufanya? Did we achieve it or didn't we not achieve? That's exactly what we did. So, end of June of 2025, the AGM was in December, and there's no other AGM. But because we heard you, we listened to you, we said we will come to you under a provision called member. That is what we are launching here today. There will be no other AGM. The financial year we are in will end June 2026. Okay? And the AGM will be done before? Exactly. But what we are conducting today is member education, and the regulation allows us to have as many as demand arises. But this is what we are doing. We clarify the questions. Wale walikuwa, remember when we did here, tulikuwa kwa TV. Wakati wa maswali, si TV signal ilizimwa? Sasa wale wako Kisumu, Kakamega na kule kwingine walielewa vile tulisema nini? Wako na maswali. Kwa hivyo tuende tujibu hiyo maswali pale, sio? That's exactly what we are doing. And we told you in that AGM, we will come for member education session. Tulisema. And this is the new way this is going to go. Is that clear? Swali ya pili. Sold a lot of properties, industrial area na wapi Bwana Kanyi. All the properties you talked about, they don't belong to Telposta. Telcom Kenya. At the point, wakati mambo iligawanywa, some things remained with the sponsor, some went to Posta, some went to Posta Pension, some went to Telposta. Talanta ni ya Telcom Kenya. The ruling, no. It is Telcom, nafanya kazi kule. It is Telcom that went to court when the previous president was trying to build a stadium there, and he did. We negotiated, we did not agree. Tukaenda kotini. The ruling came in 2023. But we, as Telcom, are working with the government for compensation to who? To the owner. The owner is who? Telcom, not Telposta. So, Talanta has nothing to do with Telposta. There is Rotich akona kitu inaitwa vesting orders. Ni kitabu anafungua hivi, Ndungu Lands report, anafuatilia. That's why even the question of lawyers, 27 years mmekuwa mkitafuta shamba zenu. Umepewa vesting order, lakini hauna nini? Hauna title. And on top of that, kuna mtu ameenda na huyo mtu sio mdogo. Kwa hivyo atakuzungusha kotini. Mpaka longi na rinda liishe. That is the dance. And when I took over as chairman, I told Rotich na staff wake, we have to go one way or the other. Na tulitembea, nikaenda mpaka Kwale. Tumepewa property, we could not even find it. It is 500, the value is 500,000 Rotich. Unajua kuifuata na pesa ya wakili? So we have had to make tough decisions as trustees because lazima twende one way or the other. And with that, I just want to tell you, the scheme was given properties. And the scheme was given money, the 8 billion. 5 billion in cash and 3 billion in bonds. So bonds is near money because you redeem, unauza, una. So the 8 billion, Rotich amewambia tumetumia pesa ngapi tangu tuanze? 18 billion. We have paid 18 billion. Now ofisi na mawakili na nini 2 billion, 27 years. The 8 billion became what? You're 20 billion because 18 plus 2 is 20, isn't it? You're 20 billion ilitoka wapi? Ilizaa kwa hiyo pesa. Kwa hivyo hakuna pesa ingine 8 billion tuko nayo tumeweka. Ilizaa kwa hiyo pesa, under management, liquid cash, properties, hakuna iliuzwa. Now we have reached a point where hiyo liquid cash inaenda kuisha. Like tuko na internal auditors ni nani Rotich? Patia Rotich microphone hapo kwa sababu atakuwa anajibu maswali mengine. Internal auditors ni nani?
EY, Ernest & Young are our outsourced internal auditors. Our external auditors, since the scheme started, they are in the big 5. PricewaterhouseCoopers have done audits. Deloitte & Touche have done audits. PKF have done audits. That was their last audit. So coming the next year, from a governance perspective, we will appoint qualified external auditors to audit our books, and they'll be among the big 5. Thank you. So our internal auditors requested is EY, Ernest & Young. Thank you, Chairman.
And the reason every organization that is run well, governed well, as an internal auditor. The internal auditor can be an employee reporting to the audit committee of the board. Okay? Or can be an outsourced company, because those are the people that tick every day how your money is being spent, the governance, the risks, the IT systems, all those things. Then the external one comes to confirm. We did not have internal. We put in internal to strengthen governance. So I can stand here and defend the numbers. I can, and I am sure Bwana Rotich and all the trustees and the staff can stand and defend the numbers, because by the time we bring them to you, we have done all the ceremonies. So going back to say, we had 8 billion. 8 billion has yielded the 20 billion that has been spent, but it is now, we are reaching a point where actually less than, wapi Njeru? Njeru actually yuko hapa? Ameenda. Abala, oh Njeru, how many more years do we have if we don't do anything? 4 years. We will deplete all the cash. Umenielewa? So we had to start for 2 reasons. Let me say 2 reasons. One, cash is running out. You can see. You've heard from the man who does the maths. But more importantly, I told you that first AGM, imali ni yenu. If 8 billion has paid all that, if we sold and we got 10 billion from the properties, I believe we can do something better. We can give you more money. Those who are earning, because there are about 3,000 of you who are earning 10,000 and less, nothing stops us from giving you more money if the maths, the young people say, if the math is, Nothing. So I told you, hii ni mali yenu na hakuna haja tukae nayo. And I wish we could move even faster because I want to give it to you yesterday. So the idea is give you more money if we can afford, and afford until muliambiwa the youngest one is how old? The oldest is 97, the youngest is below 50. You saw the numbers. Wanambago, the numbers are right. 5717. So, okay, I am actually one of those who says about 7,000. About 7,000. Peter tells me when it began, 15,000. Tumekuja, tuko your number sasa. So I can say about 6,000. But do not be, the numbers are numbers. We cannot create a beneficiary. Beneficiaries are there. By name, whether it's principal or the person who it has passed to. So we are saying, yes, RBA has come to us and said, you need to, properties, you are at 83%, but you need to be below 30. For a good reason. We will lack liquidity. Sisi tunawalipa nyinyi na title deed ama pesa? Huh? Pesa, sio? No, we pay you cash. So we want to increase, not only meet the RBA requirement, but increase what we are paying you kila mtu kulingana na haki yake. And I told you this when I began with you. Mali ni yenu, ofisi ni yenu. That today we have rebranded. That tumesema nini? Tunawafanya nini? Tuko nanyi? That is not by accident. I am saying, as a chairman and on behalf of the board of trustees, that you who are beneficiaries, who are members, who are pensioners, 5,717. That's not a small number. I am saying this. Sasa tuketi tufanye nini? Do we do nothing or we do something? And it's exactly what we have set out to do. We are saying, unajua, and by the way, this is the only pension scheme, I think, in the Republic that has been given permission to sell properties. For your information. This Mr. Rotich and his people have worked so hard. They have received that permission. We started. Bwanambago, you know, when you sell, because we are selling through Public Procurement and Disposal Act, tunafuata ile Public Procurement and Disposal. It's this time we are not procuring, we are doing what? Disposing. Mnaelewa? So tunafuata ile sheria ile imetengenezwa na bunge on how to dispose. And yes, we advertised the first lot for about 400 or thereabouts or 600. We have just advertised the second lot. Yes, there were 19 bidders, successful bidders. When we say successful, we mean they met the requirements. But where transfer of ownership has not. Because wanalipa 10%, then 20%, mpaka tumalize. If somebody was occupying that house or that property, tunawapatia nini? Notice, sindio? Tunamalizana, pesa inakuja, tunapeana property. So 82 to 83, nothing has changed yet. Bado game. Tuko mbali kwa game. The game will shift when we finally sell Telposta Towers. We have a collection of properties in Bombolulu and Gilgil, totaling around about close to 10 billion. And we are engaging the government and at very advanced stages. Okay? I know Rotich would want, because he's the officer who runs around and he may want to say something, but not today. I just want to tell you, together with Telposta Towers, because there are different departments of government buying, We are very advanced. We have valuations, government valuations. Mnakumbuka yule alisimama hapa in December? Yeah? Si alisema hata mimi nalipwa lakini bado ni kidogo. And wherever we are, when I'm in cabinet, I represent who? Mambo ya Telposta ikikuja, yeye mwenyewe aliwaambia. He told you that. So we are pushing. We have never been at a time like this before. And we do not want to lose momentum. I want us, when we do the actuarial, Njeru yuko hapa. Tuko na actuarial valuation this year, right? Ilete bonus. Okay? So, and we want to show the sponsor that we have done our job of selling the properties. Masiuki, utafanya hiyo kazi? How are you doing? So far, so good? Yeah. That lady is doing a splendid job. Hata December Christmas, tulienda na trustees hawa kuangalia progress ya Jogoo Road, and she did not go on Christmas break because she was supervising from Mombasa, Jogoo Road, Gilgil. Okay? And nobody has sold anything on Jogoo Road, for your information, sir. The one you are saying, Somali, that was a property not ours. That property is not ours. And these trustees have been there 2-3 times. From when we took it out from those who had occupied, and it was a very difficult operation. Yeah, members of parliament, chief, assistant county commissioner, nani na nani, wote, this secretariat dealt with them. We have not sold, we are just renting for now. But they will come in another lot to sell. So I just want to assure you, on this matter of low pension, you saw the results from a survey that was done by RBA. Watu 7 kati ya 10 wanasema pensioners, ningalijua, what would I have done? I would have saved more in pension. He presented here, he said 67% of those interviewed said they wish they had put more in. So it is normal to think that today, the money I receive has a correlation with the money I used to earn. That is a given. Nothing will change that. Even me, when I retire and I have a pension, the money I put in is the money that will look after me. Inflation or no inflation. And if you have friends from Zimbabwe, some of them have to come to Kenya to look for jobs in retirement, because when inflation went very high up there, they couldn't afford to buy bread with their pension. The professors found themselves teaching at universities here. So running a country, because these are all factors beyond us, is that complex, because it can affect us individually. But we are saying, we as trustees at Telposta, sisi tu tunasema, for everything you worked for, and that booklet says, tukisema tunawajali, that booklet says, mulifanyia kazi serikali, serikali ikawapa mali, iyo mali iko kwa simiti na shamba, na ikiwa hapo amwezi kula. Kazi yetu tuliamua lazima tuuze yote. Unanielewa? And you saw, for the money, the 8 billion, imelisha watu wangapi? Si ililisha watu wengi? But properties, they are costing us money and lawyers to keep them. So why do we need them? Uza yote, fanya hesabu Njeru, useme the lowest pensioner alipwe pesa fulani. Increment ya kila mwaka itoke 3% iende namna hii. Mimi nikiaga, my beneficiary kwa sasa anapata for how many years? Why don't we do more, or for life? Does it, Njeru, is there anything if maths is mathing? If maths is mathing, we give, sindio? Bas. These trustees here, okay? These trustees you see. In fact, they told Peter, we are giving you more time to run this thing uza kila kitu, tupatie pesa kwa safe, wewe uende nyumbani. Tukiona pesa tu iko kwa safe, Peter wewe retire enda sasa. Sasa hii pesa wewe fanya hesabu, patia wazee pesa yao. That is all we are doing. Iko swali? Is there a question? Can we hold this pension, low pension nini, tuvumilie tu kidogo? We are not far from it. Yes, niulize. Yeah.
Neutral kabisa. Ni kwa nini serikali ingine yote inafanyaka na she does not cost us anything.
You know, okay. Nimekuelewa.
Na tafadhali ningemuuliza kuna election soon kwa hii kiti ya hawa ingine iko extra. Waambie na mimi nimeomba nyinyi.
So mimi ngoja kidogo. Let me address that question. You know, insurance, if you are in the insurance business, who regulates you? Who regulates you? Insurance regulatory? If you are in the business of banking, who regulates you? Huh? Central Bank. If you are in the business of pension, who regulates you? Sasa RBA wako hapa, tunafuata governance yote, tumeandika Ernst & Young, tumeandika PwC, okay? Hapo tumekosea? Ya nini? Na nani? Na RBA na Ernst & Young? Yes. Bwana Rotich, let Rotich, hiyo jibu hiyo Rotich. Shika microphone.
Thank you. May I kindly request Kanyi, when did you retire, Kanyi?
I left, is it, I think 204.
Thank you. You started, allow me to respond.
Please, I want you to respond.
Mr. Kanyi started contributing to the pension scheme on the 1st of July, 1999, as a member. When you left service, the contributions you had made from 1999 to 2004 was not enough to pay you your pension benefits. So what did the employer do? The employer funded the scheme by giving assets. Giving assets. So your benefits were calculated from the time you were hired. The time you were hired. So that contribution you made cannot be enough to say, as an individual, that it had given enough pot to sustain your pension in payment from 2004 up to the time you will be promoted to heaven, and thereafter your eligible beneficiary spouse takes it for 5 years. May I kindly confirm to Mr. Kanyi that he never left service in 2008. I can say that with clarity. There's no person here who left service after 30th November 2007. Any employee who was in service as at 1st December 2007 transferred their benefits to Alexander Forbes Retirement Fund. So Mr. Kanyi, you did not leave service in 2008. I will address you on the side. Nyuma ya tent tutaongea naye. Si ni kweli?
Yeah.
Asante. Kanyi, asante. Back to you, Chairman.
Asante. Thank you very much. So the other question was on SHIF, the successor of NHIF. The deductions are monthly. You can pay lump sum, like I pay for my my aunts and other people, and I do enter their data. They tell me, okay, that person, this is the monthly, this is the lump sum in 12 months, and I choose what I want. But the scheme, when you come to the scheme, they manage that deduction monthly. So speak to the scheme and work with them. If it's coming off your pension deduction, let it be dealt with because it is monthly. Then the other question about trust deed and rules, Bwana Chola, there is no secrecy. Iko kwa website, it is downloadable. Hakuna kitu imefichwa. Ambia grandchild, hii kitu toa, soma, some tena. But it is written in consultation, trustees in consultation with the sponsor and the actuary. These things are governed. Unajua hakuna rules tunacheza. You can't play your own football na unataka kikombe. You play football according to the rules of the game. Na mambo ya voucher ama pesa instead, tukianza kugawa hiyo lunch, mnaona itakuwa ngapi? Unajua this subject, we have debated for long. Tuwape chai na mkate, tuwape maji, tuwape nini. Yeah? Lakini tukasema lunch and sharing that lunch together hapa, mkutane na marafiki, mjaonana zamani, mzungumze kidogo na I think it's a good thing. Isn't it a good thing? Yeah. So enjoy it. Yeah, it's little. So, I think on the subject, Bwana Njoroge, on increments, which has come, it has, and I think we've really talked about it, and I'm seeking your patience, your indulgence. Okay, I am now regularly in the office because I want to know tumefika wapi, because once we unlock hii maneno, sasa mtaniambia ulituambia sasa wapi game. Okay, and I'm waiting for that day, and I pray Mungu atufikishe hapo, mimi niwe bado chairman hapa, na hiyo mambo yote ifanyike 2020. Hiyo si ni maombi mzuri? Bas, muendelee kuomba na tuombeane namna hiyo. Whether you receive your pesa yako on the 19th to 22nd or 26th to 30th, sini 30 days after. Hata tukileta 15. Yeah? Yeah? Hata tukileta 15 ni 30 days after. Shida nitakuwa nayo as chairman isipokuja ichelewe ya bala, si unajua sasa hapo tutakosana. Si ndio? So no, but wacha ikuwe namna hiyo tu. Si ndio? What we should be fighting for ni nyungu iwe nini? Because let me tell you, and I think I have told you this before. Ile kitu itabaki, itarudi kwa sponsor. Sponsor ni nani? Mulisikia Mugo Kibati alisimama hapa akasema anataka chochote irudi. Sasa si basi mkule mpaka the last guy to switch off the lights? Sindio? Yeah, so kazi yetu ni kufanya hesabu madhafu mpaka ina bas. Hiyo tu tuombeane namna hiyo. I think I've answered the question on Madam Maria Goretti, blessed name, kwamba hapa 83 fixed assets. What we are saying, when we say 83, you are asking what about the other 17? We are saying this is in relation to the total package, the total assets under management. So 8 out of 10 of all the assets we have are in are in property. That is what we are saying. When we say 83%, we're saying 83% of the total we have. And you know it has been growing, isn't it? You saw the growth. So we do not want to be in a situation where it is 90. Now we are running out of money, cash. So we want, our desire is to have 100% in cash. That's what we are saying. Yeah, tumepata value yake nini, hesabu yote itakuja kwenu, don't worry. Sije kuelewa. Patia microphone, nataka nijibu hiyo swali vizuri.
Oh, thank you for that clarification. I meant, if it is 83, has it always been 83? We have not sold anything. And how, if we sell, it will go to the 100% as you said. But what was it the last 2 years? That was, has it always been 83? That's what I wanted to hear.
I think when I took over as chairman, we were at 77 or 76. Okay?
So it has grown.
It has grown. Why? Because you are depleting the cash side, but you are retaining, you are not selling anything on the property side.
So it has deteriorated, so.
The cash side has deteriorated. The compliance has deteriorated because RBA wants you at 30%. Wewe unazidi tu kutoka 76, unaenda juu. Yeah? Already you are out of compliance. Uliona tu, alisema nini? High risk liquidity. If you saw the table. Ingine?
No, that.
Alisema investments. Iko na shida. Two things. Members, this is, I think there was another one about opportunities for members to own properties. We spent some time discussing this, and in the hall here, and I told you, if we sold below the market rate, yes, you may have got it, and you know it could be Julius Cheption getting it, but who has lost? Huh? So who should we give advantage at the expense of others? So we go for the best? Because, and I want to tell you something that this secretariat has worked hard on. You know, Talanta, about 2014 was worth 1.5 billion. Okay? Valuation, 1.5. By the time we are sitting down with the government here now, it is worth 15 billion. Kuna eka iliongezwa? Did anything change in terms of size? The only thing that has happened is the passage of time. So, government inasema no, kama mnasema 15, wacha tufanye valuation nyingine. Tumefanya valuation mingi mpaka ikakuja ngapi? 9. Ile yao sasa. Tukaona tunaweza ongea mpaka 2032, si wacha tukubali hiyo. So, what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen, my members, the properties you are given, the number of properties they've not changed, the acreage not changed. All that has happened is they have grown in. Now, whether you get that value or not is a different matter altogether. Because you can have a property, but now 4 apartments have come around it, and now the value you had in your book, you can't get it in the market because those who could buy don't like what has come around it. So what Bwana Rotich has done with his team is to maximize our engagement with government. You understand that? Because if you get Telposta, if you get government valued, negotiated, you get Gilgil, government valued, negotiated, you go and get Bombolulu, Makande, negotiated, valued. You already, unajua umefika ngapi? Hata sasa tumeshuka 30%. Umenielewa? So if we are, and that is, his crystal ball is there. That is why the board told him, we are not releasing you until you get this problem solved. So if we maximize on those, now we are able to, if maybe we don't get maybe 10 million from a small property somewhere, and we get 7, so it is taken care of. So that is the work we are doing. What we are saying is, get as much money as possible, negotiate with treasury, because we are negotiating mahali tunaweka bond, tunasema market inasema 14, tunafanya hesabu 14.5, 14.7, tunaona inaingiana another 50 years, mnakula mali yenu, iko bonus kila mwaka, iko hiyo ndio tunasema serikali tunataka. And December, January nimekuwa na huyu Rotich kwa hapa treasury na minister, tunangangana kabisa, lakini tuko mahali pazuri. That's all I can tell you. Tuko mahali pazuri. That's why I'm saying, let's pray for each other that 2026 is there, so that hii maswali ya kidogo kidogo kila mtu apate akipanda juu. Talanta nimesema, kuna kitu ya Telposta serikali imechukua. Neglect of properties, nafikiri ilikuwa Benson Waweru. Unajua, the beauty of the team here is that you all work for KPTC, Telcom. So ukipita mahali unasema hata station yangu ilikuwa hapa. Now the only thing that might not be true is that the property you're looking at may not belong to Telposta. Unaelewa? Yes, and you know, on this, you know, in that same spirit, I was asking Peter, mbona unatumia pesa mingi huko Mombasa, Makande, una paint, unafanya nini, Jogoro, Ruapi? Kumbe hii ndio ina inject value kabisa. Because ukipeleka mtu huko anaangalia anasema, wewe niuzie shamba, wachana na mambo ya hii vitu yako hii. So na unajua value ngapi tumetengeneza huko? Mingi sana. Yeah? Unajua you can use 38 million and get 90. Ile haikuweko. And that is exactly was there. Nani ufukuza watu Kenya? Aya, sawa. Si hapo hiyo tumemaliza. Yeah? Booklet, Bwana Odero, hii booklet, we wanted to say, hii ni Telposta mpya. Na hiyo ndio style tutakuwa tunaenda na. Iko style ingine. Tukisema dignity. Dignity ni nini? Si hiyo ndio dignity. Unaeka yako hii, ulisema I was there in 26, 27, uko na booklet zako zote, unaweza ukaangalia, unasoma, you refer. So that is the way forward. And you know, benchmarking is a tough one, but you know, ultimately it comes down to systemic issues. The trustees do get invited by the actuary. I think we were in Malaysia with our late brother Lusa. Tukasikiza, waka-invite ile pension regulator wa Malaysia, wakatuambia, waka-invite minister, wakatuambia, tukasikiza, waka-invite pensioners, wakatuambia, tukasema, sasa kwa hii game, which one is within our means and which one is outside? Sababu kama kitu ni ya minister ama ni ya regulator, hiyo tunaacha kidogo, si ndio? Lakini kama ni ya pension scheme imefanya, hiyo ndio tunafanya. Na Njeru tunaenda wapi tena? Hii mwezi gani? Bas, sasa tunakazana tu. Hiyo ya spouse nimesema vile itakuwa tukishafanya ile hesabu. Sija kusikia mzee. Shika hiyo microphone.
Sema hiyo ya spouse uelezee vizuri na iwe in details. Kwa sababu yeye akibaki hana mahali ingine ya kutoa pesa kama hawakuwa wanapata wawili.
Ndio.
Kwa hivyo atakuwa anategemea nini?
Ndio. Bas. Tukisema dignity ni nini? Hata wakati umesafiri nyumba yako ziko clean. So what we are saying is ndio ni 5 years, but there is nothing when we do our revision na kila kitu, there is nothing stopping us from making it 10 or 20 or for life. All we need to ask is hawa tuhesabu tunaweza, can we afford? Wakituambia ni sawa, I told you the last guy to switch off the lights. Lazima huyo jamaa anafanya nini? Hakuna kitu irudi Telcom. Hiyo tu ndio nawaambia. And that is how the question you should ask us when we come to say now we have reached there. We have the liquidity, we have revised what we have revised, we have minimum. Of course not everybody will get hatuwezi kuwa sawa sote, but my dream, and that dream is written on blood, is that kila mtu atakula kitu na kule vizuri. Iko swali lingine? Yes mzee. Unajua na kuelewa na nashukuru. Hata mimi bado nanunua gazeti kwa barabara. Na gazeti iko kwa simu. Kuna wale si iko kwa soft copy. Mimi napata both soft copy, nimesubscribe na mimi nanunua. Kwa hivyo itakuwa kwa kuna watu wanapenda soft copy. Kuna watu wanapenda hard copy. Lakini sisi tunawajali. Hiyo tu ndio nilikuwa nauliza. Haya basi. Ndio niende nikakule. Haya. Nimrod, I think there are 2 questions burning platforms. Tumalize ndio ngoja kidogo. Wacha maliza alafu tutakupa nafasi.
My name is Julius Opondo, PF28361. You will agree with us that the Q&A session is more important maybe than the other sessions. And I'm asking that this session be given more time. And again, it should come at the time when we are still fresh. Because when it comes towards the end, most of us, our minds are tired. You know, we are retirees. So maybe if it can come earlier and it be slotted more time, we would be more grateful. Thank you.
Bwana Opondo, sio? Yes. Ni kwanza mtusamee. We're very sorry because members' education is about a conversation as well. Because the reason we have it is so that we don't bore you. Unajua AGM tunawapatia performance, tunawapatia vitu mingi. We wanted this session so that it is your session. So we feel bad that we have really tumecheza na wakati. Si ndio? But so I apologize on behalf of my trustees. Okay? And in fact, if you look at a presentation ya Patricia na nani na Anchorage hapa, tumekata. Tumewambia waharakishe because we felt sasa, you know, we brought you here so that you live here also umeelewa ni nini tunafanya. So next time Bwana Rotich na Bwana Nimrod, and I hope you because when we do mambo ya TV na nini, you measure to the second. So muangalie program so that 50% of the time is given to members. Tunakubaliana? Msirudie maneno nini wapi nani mtu ya pesa. Abala. Wazee wanajua as long as you're paying them hawana shida, wamesoma annual report hakuna shida, tupunguze kidogo. Si ndio? So we apologize and we will correct it. Thank you Bwana Opondo. Yes, asante.
What is the exact position of Telposta, the sale of Telposta Towers? Don't take it lightly. Na usiniangalie na madharau. I can buy that building. I want to buy it.
No, Bwana Okonji, PF number 22061. Tunakuangalia na heshima. Kwa asa mimi hapa. Na sijesema ama hakuna mtu yeyote hapa anayesema kwamba uwezi nunua. Sisi tunasema, kwa sababu niliongea na nikasema nikipatia Bwana Rotich tuambie position. Ako na details mingi. What I wanted to tell you is that when you are selling a property, you value. Isn't it? Tumefanya valuation. Okay? The first thing we had to do, get permission to sell. 2, value it. 3, and when you are valuing, you have got a buyer. So mahali tuko, committees mingi, wapi, Naivasha, wapi, watu wamekutana, ministry hii, ministry pale, hiyo yote imekuwa kwa report. Hiyo report imefika kwa Attorney General. Attorney General amesoma hivi akasema hii naona ni sawa. Sasa ile ministry inatafuta hiyo pesa. Hiyo tu. Wakikosa turudi kwa nani? No, si tuko na baya. Tukikosa tunarudi kwa nani? Bwana Okonji. Yes. Sasa hapo ndio tuko. Haya. Kuna hapa swali hapo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name's Zakaria Odhiambo Anguk. PF number 19893. Mine is mainly comments. First of all, I want to thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you so much for the effort you put to satisfy our curiosity and concerns. Thank you. You have labored so much to put us up to date to what's going on in the scheme, and we want to thank you very much for that. I'm speaking here on my own behalf and on behalf of Postcom Care Association. First of all, I want to thank you for the efforts you're making. You know, one thing I'm concerned about is that you are not there forever. There have been chairmen in the past, and they have gone. We saw the little that they did. I'm saying it's little because we never benefited much. But for the short time you've been there, a lot has been achieved. And I want to thank you for that. Now, my concern is that you may leave soon. You never know. You can be given another appointment and leave this place. So, can you make sure that you push these things very fast so that we achieve what you are desiring to make us achieve? We appreciate your desire to make us feel better in life before we die. So please do something about that. Secondly, what is your plan I would say that if we sell these things, we should invest this money in properly established banks. Some time back, I was reading these pamphlets, and I saw that some money was invested in a small bank, which went down under. Now, can we avoid that kind of risk? We make sure the money is invested in the right banks. You'll excuse me for this. Now, I want to say this. Capital market investment is most ideal as opposed to property rental, which is draining us of funds. So let us try to dispose of all these properties instead of renting them. Should there be that kind of feeling? Finally, I've got concern about Zamara and RBA. They should have pushed us to sell these properties much earlier. But they have let this thing to go far, and we are suffering so much. So can they do their work well? Yeah. When we are failing in some areas, let them come up and say this is wrong or this is necessary for improvement so that we can get better services. Now, as concerns the beneficiaries, as my brothers said, I feel that should be revised. 5 years is too short. Finally, can you also consider giving me some good send-off when I die? You can buy a coffin for me. Yeah, it's affordable. Yeah, buy a coffin for me. You know, yeah. No, I'm going to die. That's okay. That's given. Yeah, but when I die, please give me a coffin. Yeah. I think that's all I want to say. Thank you very much.
Zakaria, I hope that is the last question, so that twende lunch. Ni burning kabisa na tujashughulikia hiyo. Haya, ndio nijibu yote mara moja.
Good afternoon, pensioners. My name is Felix Mungai Moher, PF 22477. I want to request Mr. Rotich, can we update our contact? Because when we left we retired, we used to use some contact, maybe postal corporation. And we found that most of the box were taken. Or maybe I changed my number. Or maybe I changed my email. Now you send a letter, but I don't get it. I overhear about the meeting from another person. Let us update our record so that when you post the document, we simply get the document easily. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we agree that's the last one from Felix? So let me start with the question from Felix. I think we do it all the time. When we go out to the field, we do member census, we call for update. And you know what, Bwana Felix? Hata sasa kabla hujaondoka, unaona huyu Bwana Ikalo huyo. Update before you leave. There's a whole program. We come to you, we fill forms, we make sure we can reach you, we put it in the newspaper if we can't reach you. But since you have come, we thank you, and I say to you, that's your man. Thank you. Let me go to Zachariah and begin with the send-off matter. You know, when we talk about beneficiaries, we're talking about what? We're talking about benefits. Beneficiaries are about? And who am I to not give you your benefits if the people that govern, that help us with all these things tell us we can be done? So I do not want, or rather I'm not here to say yes or no, but I am saying any benefit we can extend to you, we will, under my stewardship with these trustees, we will surely give it to you. Let's leave it at that for now. As for Zamara and RBA, Bwana Rotich, you started selling properties. Who was the minister then of lands? Because that's where...
Let me confirm to the members that we started selling properties in 2002. 2002. We sold properties. I have even seen members here who bought properties. And thank you for buying those properties. We continued selling them until 2012. I think that was the last time we sold. And based on governance issues, we stopped to ensure that we are doing the right thing. So we started 2002. I think the Minister for Lands at that time, 2003 was Kivuta Kibwana. Orengo was also there. Charity Ngilu was there. Why do I remember? Because we wrote several letters to those ministers to assist us in unlocking the property portfolio. So it's not that we have never sold properties. Indeed, we have sold. And that is why his son bought a property in Jogo Road. There are some plots which were sold then in Jogo Road. We have not sold others. Yes, that is the position with regard to the sales of properties across the country. What we are remaining are the balance of those that have not been sold. And that's why you saw the first advert in October for the sale. There's another advert which was there last week. We encourage you to inform members of the public to buy them. You'll be seeing very many advertisements coming through. Thank you, Chairman.
Peter, is it true that we have attempted many times since 2012 to sell, but without permission?
We did not attempt to sell the properties. We are a law-abiding.
No, I'm asking you, we sought permission.
Yes, we
several times.
Several times.
Since what year?
Since 2013. And we got the permission on the 16th of December 2024. I take this opportunity to really thank the PS in charge at the National Treasury for having granted us that permission, but with 6 conditionalities. 6 conditionalities. I would like to confirm. Thank you.
I just wanted to say, Bwana Njoroge. Sorry. Bwana Njoroge, wewe ndio ulituambia kuna Msomali amenunua, my son bought, that is why I know. See, I know, lakini, okay. But let me say, in that Jogo Road, there are owners of properties, and we are the biggest owner. And those owners who got those properties bought at that time. That's what Bwana Rotich is saying. And what I wanted to say, Bwana Zakaria, is that Zamara and RBA, they've been pushing us. They've even given us letters, RBA, because it's their responsibility to give us warning, to note something. So they've done their best. And you remember the Zamara principal, James Olubai, when he addressed you in this same spot, what did he say? Push, push, push. He was very passionate in his speech. Push for this to happen. So they've done their bit. All we have done now is to complement, and obviously, as they say, when the stars align, even the shepherd gets home, right? Yeah. Sasa, capital markets, yes, the bank, you know, where we invest is a process. I do not go and read The Economist or Business Daily and call Rotich and say we go there. Where we invest is determined by those people who give us services. They tell us, we tell them, age profile average 70 years. If you go and invest for me in a place where the first money will come in 50 years, itakuta huyu mtu. Yeah? So when people come and tell us, oh, I have this investment idea, that one, you will get 1,000%, but in 30 years, we say, okay, ni nzuri lakini nini? Yeah? We will have been unfair to. Si nimewambia nataka mkule so that the guy who switches the lights off does what? Ndio anapanguza? Hivyo tu. So someone can come 1,000% growth in 30 years, nambia no, but thank you. So it's not where we invest or where we bank doesn't come from any of us reading a newspaper or some report of any kind or talking to a fund manager. No. It's a properly governed process. So I want to assure you that that is that. And as to the plan to make this happen, we as trustees have, obviously we are not all appointed at the same time. Those who are here and our beloved JP Lusa, bless his soul. The works we do today are works we began together. It continues and it will continue. But the reason I spend time to tell you these things is because if I'm not here tomorrow, maswali ziwe mpandisha maswa, what are you doing? Tuliambiwa tunaenda hapa na mbona mjefika hapo. But suffice it to say that when in this ecosystem, and I think for me personally, whether I'm here or not, I think I want you to trust and believe that I will do everything to ensure that this is actually done. Regardless of whether I'm chairman, I'm trustee, I will continue to support the team. You have a very capable team of trustees. You have a capable trust secretary, and you have a capable team that is that runs the secretariat. And I want that team of that secretariat to stand. Catherine, Bala, Peter, simama na watu wako wapi secretariat? Unaona ni wachache hivi, lakini ile kazi wanafanya, I can tell you, ile kazi wanafanya, hata sisi trustees tulisema tuwapatie bonus, because ile kazi wanafanya hao watu, hata leave hata nini, tunasema wazidi wafanye hiyo kazi, na nataka kila mtu asimame tuwapigie makofi. Tusimame, tungoja kwanza. Tusimame. We want to appreciate these people. These are our fine frontline people. Hii masaa tumeisha, maombi tu tunaenda. Aya, 1, 2, 3. Funga. Fungua. We appreciate you, Peter, and your entire secretariat team. You do such a wonderful job. Thank you very much. Tuketi chini. Asanteni sana. And to my trustees, I couldn't have a better team than yourselves at this very time, because you've held me so strongly together with all our service providers that we can actually be the people to give birth to this transformation. Tuombeane, Mungu awazidishe, milango zenu zifanye nini? Asante sana.
Thank you. Asante sana, Bwana Chairman. Makofi kwa Bwana Chairman. Thank you so much for responding to those many questions. Asante sana. I want to invite now to just pass a vote of thanks. Bwana Ignatius Wamalwa, Aje, on behalf of the Board of Trustees and also the entire team at Telposta Pension Scheme. And then immediately after, I'd like to get a volunteer who will pray for lunch and then Johnny Masses, yeah? So if I bring the microphone to you, usikimbie. Ukikimbia Mungu pia atakukimbia. Sa. Bwana Ignatius, just a minute. Also remember the feedback forms, very, very important that we collect at least 100% ya feedback ya mkutano wa leo. Tafadhali. Naomba sana, sana, sana. Mtupatie feedback. So bless them. Zile ziko kwenye vitabu. Andikeni what you have been blessed with or what you're taking away from here so that we can work on it. Tafadhali. We can do that very quickly. Asante.
Asante sana Nimrod. Wanachama wetu wapendwa, tunakaribia tamati ya mkutano wetu wa leo na ningependa nichukue muda mfupi sana ili kwanza kabisa kumshukuru Mungu kwa kutuwezesha kukutana hii leo ili kuelimishana na kueleza zaidi kuhusu mambo yanayohusiana na pension scheme na Provident Fund yetu. Ningependa pia kuwashukuru wote kwa kufika hapa siku ya leo ili tuweze kufanya mkutano huu na hasa kuwa na subira hadi wakati huu. Ningependa pia kumshukuru mwenyekiti na bodi nzima ya wadhamini na hasa the secretariat yetu kwamba tumeweza kukutana siku ya leo pamoja na wahudumu wetu wale ambao wameongea na hata wale ambao wamefanya kazi behind the scenes. Tutazidi kushirikiana ili kuhakikisha kwamba tunaboresha maisha yenu na tunaendeleza shughuli za pension scheme na fund vyema. Kwa hivyo ningependa kuwaombea safari njema tutakapomaliza shughuli hii na mnaporudi nyumbani. Kumbuka, iwapo najua tumesema mengi, baadhi mnaweza sahau, lakini jinsi mwenyekiti alivyosema, tunawajali na tuko nanyi, au sio? Na sio kubadilisha nembo tu ambayo umeona hapa na hata kwa vile vitabu umepewa. Na huu sio usemi tu, bali siku zijazo mtaweza kuona jinsi ambavyo tumejitolea sisi tukiwa wadhamini pamoja na mameneja wote na wafanyakazi katika pension scheme na fund kuimarisha malipo yenu na kuhakikisha kwamba maisha yenu ya kustaafu yanaendelea vyema. Asanteni na Mungu awabariki.
Hai, asante sana. Makofi kwa bwana Wamalwa tafadhali. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hai. Naomba kabla tufunge kwa maombi, mwe mmemaliza karatasi. Wangapi wamemaliza kujaza? It was very brief. It's just one page. Some places you just need to tick the box and very brief information that you need to give. Kila mtu amemaliza? Tumemaliza sote? Haya. Naomba tusimame, tufunge kwa maombi ya chakula cha mchana na safari za nyumbani.
Okay. Wacha niombe na Kikuyu tu. Wacheni tuombe. Mwathani thĩinĩ wa rĩĩtwa rĩa Mũrungu Jesũ Kristo, cokeria ngatho mũno Mwathani tondũ kuma ihinda twanjĩrĩire mũcemanio Mwathani tũcemanĩtie haha na tũgaikara na Mwathani ũgatũkinyanĩria harĩa hagĩrĩire Baba. Rĩu tũrakũria Mwathani tondũ twarĩkĩrĩria o mũndũ kũrĩa kumĩte acoke na thayũ na gũtikagĩe mũtino kana kĩ. Tucoke na thayũ twĩ thĩinĩ waku na wa Roho na wa Jesũ mũkũri witũ.
Asanteni sana. Lunch is served. We have 3 stations at the back. Please serve your meal and then come back to the table so that you can utilize them as you have lunch. God bless you and enjoy yourselves. Asante.